And hey, people, I am back. It's Tommy Tell the Truth here. Well, or Tommy Tell the Truth too. Anyway, um, if I didn't start this, I wasn't going to start it. And I'm having all kinds of issues today, but it is what it is. I've got my big boy pants on and I'm dealing with it. It started out with I had to go to stores, four stores to find my cat's food, the only kind that she eats. So that was real lovely. Four different stores. And of course, I didn't wear a mask in any of them, but they all required it. But, nobody gave me a hard time. Anyway, then I get home with the cat food, and she wouldn't even eat. After all that, she wouldn't even eat. I'm hoping she's not pregnant. Oh, boy. But we'll see. Time will tell. I'm struggling today, folks, and I've got background noise in the house, as you can read in the description. So I'm just going to go ahead and start my Awakening episode. I've interview with Brian Staveley that was done in June. I've never shared it on either channel, and so this is my first time sharing it. He shared it two or three times on his different channels. That he has 3 or 4 channels he has now. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to mute me so you don't have to hear the TV and everything else, and you can just watch the episode or not or whatever, but I'll chime in at different times maybe, and we'll go from there. But this is going to be, I know most of y'all have probably seen it, so if you don't stick around, I understand, but I at least want it on here so that people will be able to watch it from coming to my channel. And Friday, I moved my last show to Friday. My last ever live show on YouTube will be Friday, and I need to mute.
Landing. Unity strikes and hate speech on YouTube, but he's such a cutie when he shakes his booty. Says steal the grass and Bill Nye take the loot. Staveley's live tonight, but not in the film. No one even knows that's now what it's called. All of his subs know he's not gay or insane, but they know he's got something for Paul. Sultan flip-flops, big man and his truth drops. Plenty of proof that our memories are good. Mandela effective, the facts are collected. It's a beautiful day now in this neighborhood.
Welcome. Thank you for being here, guys. But I get it. If you've seen this once or twice, you might not want to stick around for the whole 4 or 5 hours.
Caller watching the chat. Some people playing. We got nothing to gain.
Yeah. I'm gonna do D-Live first, and then I'm gonna see where I can go from there. Yes, I am moving. I'm leaving YouTube forever. I'm not even gonna watch videos on YouTube. I'm not gonna support them in any way, shape, or form. I'm totally boycotting YouTube after my last show Friday. This coming Friday.
The Panama Canal runs north to south now. Most people claim it was once east to west. It's not magic mirror, but we can see clearer, 'cause everyone here knows that we're the fucking best. Staveley's premiering videos tonight in Centerville. He might be at work or even in bed. Sometimes Sometimes he claims he's going live over Maine, but he don't. He gets Staveley instead. Everyone, he gets Staveley instead.
Is it heavy stuff, man? Will it blow me away? Put your seatbelt on, man. I'll tell you that much.
I'd like to call to order this secret conclave of America's media empires. We are here to come up with the next phony baloney crisis to put Americans back where they belong. I think we should go with a good old-fashioned public health scare.
A new disease. No one's immune. It's like the summer of the shark, except instead of a shark, it's an epidemic.
Yeah.
All night long until the break of dawn. Yes, we're going strong. We go on and on. Do the bigger digger ding dong song. Do the bigger digger ding dong song. Digger ding 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 dong.
All right, everyone. Welcome back. Dose of Reality. This is My Awakening, episode 58, and I am with Tommy Tell the Truth. Tommy, what's up?
Hey, good to see everybody. Awesome to be here.
Just right off the bat, if everybody can, just let us know how both me and Tommy's audio is. I'm assuming it's pretty good because I can hear Tommy, he can hear me. I think we have everything worked out. So if there's a problem, just let us know. Tommy, you know what this show is about, but I'm going to tell everybody in case there's new people here what these interviews are about, and then we'll get started, okay?
Great.
So, guys, what I do is, besides all my videos that I do, I like to interview other people and get their awakening story, their journey, all the topics they've been through, their views on all of it, pretty much from start to scratch. And I like to pick people that actually look at a lot of different topics. That's what usually interests me the most. And Tommy is one of those guys. And Tommy has been, I know he's been following my channel for a while. How long now, Tommy? Have you been around, like, we known each other?
Close to over a year, over and a half, a year and a half, something like that. I don't know. Time's flying by so fast now. Who knows, really? But I feel the love of everybody, and I'm not going anywhere. So.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do, Tommy, we'll just start. I used to start these interviews with like a jumping off point, like, hey, when did you wake up? And, now I see a lot of people, it's more of a slow process, or a lot of it started when we were kids, So like for you, what was it like in school as a kid? Did you have a hard time paying attention like a lot of us? Were you bored? Were you good in school? What was it like?
Yeah, I did have a lot of trouble. I was bored. I could do the work, and in a lot of cases I could do it exceptionally well. But yeah, I was pretty much just bored. I didn't like and understand the whole, mainstream school thing. But see, I started out in Christian school, so I would literally from preschool till let's see, I want to say fourth grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, somewhere around there. I went to public school, but so it was different, definitely being in a Christian, school, if you will. And even though it was a non-denominational, situation, church, and in that, they just went by Bible, church, Bible college, But so anyway. I got into trouble a lot, got a lot of spankings in school. And then if I got a spanking at school,
Really?
I got one at home,
Oh, wow.
So that wasn't pleasant, but I guess it made me, who I am now. I don't know, whatever, but, I once got a spanking for listening to the wrong kind of gospel music. I had a radio watch, remember the radio watches they had, and you could plug earphones in. Yep. them. And they didn't care that I was listening to music, but when they heard what I was listening to, that didn't sound like what the type of gospel music they liked or approved of, they spanked me. Yeah. So.
Oh wow. Oh wow. So Did you also go to church a lot? You said this was like a Bible or religious school, right?
Of course. My father was in Bible college when I was born, at that time, and he graduated Bible college later, and he would have became a pastor, but my mother didn't want to be a pastor's wife. You know, she loves God and Jesus, and so it wasn't that. She just she just didn't want to, and she wanted to be near her family, and she was tired of being in the country in the middle of nowhere in North Carolina, but anyway, so
the middle of nowhere where I'm at right now.
Yeah,
North Carolina.
I love North Carolina, and really it's one of the few states I could live in again. Obviously I'm in Florida now, and I've lived in Florida off and on since I was 15. So I am a Floridian too. I'm a Southerner for sure. I'm thankful that I was born in the South. Not that, but not that I have anything against the North, because my great grandfather, whatever, fought for the North in the Civil War. My mom was born in Massachusetts. My grandfather was born in Massachusetts. I have a lot of family in Massachusetts. I get.
They're not from Centerville, are they?
Huh?
They're not from Centerville, are they?
Probably some near there, because I'm telling you, I do have a lot of family. The Clark. Do you know any Clarks?
Clark Kent. That's about it.
That's the first name. Funny. All right, but anyway, yeah. Or Williams too. Do you know any Williams up there?
Not off the top of my head, but
there's a lot of Williams everywhere, though. Anyway, all right. So, where we go from there? The school. We were talking about school. That's fine. And
school. We were talking about school. Yep, yeah. School and early church or whatever. So wherever their childhood, pretty much. And also, Tommy, as you get
they're one and the same in for the first bit there, because and this, it's kind of interesting. The Bible college that I was, the Bible church and college I was born into, my father went there. I mean, it literally started the year I was born, just months before I was born, that the church began. My father helped build the first church and college, as he was a student there. And what's unique about that is I went back when I got saved, and I might have been saved as a kid, or thought I was, or whatever. But when I surrendered my life to Jesus as an adult at 19, 20 years old, so around that age, I went up there and I attended Bible college classes, and I worked helping build the new church, and which has some of the, it has a lot of stuff in it. It's a big building. So that was neat that I kind of follow in my father's footsteps that way, and these people, I consider these people family, and some of them friends to this day, even though I'm not sure on where Dr. Spence is with the Bible scripture changes, and we'll get to that too. But all right, so public school was totally different for me. I mean, I thought I had issues in Christian school. Here you get me where I've got more free reign and more people that I hadn't even heard of a cuss word. I mean, I didn't know what a cuss word. I had heard the real cuss words. You know what cuss words were when I was in Christian school were like cuckoo bird. A girl got in trouble for calling me cuckoo bird. She probably got a spanking. For calling me a cuckoo bird. Yeah.
What year did you hit the public schools? What grade did you transition to public?
I'm trying to think. I think it was fourth grade, I want to say. And it was just it was like a whole new world, and I hadn't been around all these different people, if you will, that weren't what I'm saying, that weren't in the box of a of the Bible, and it's all one. Like I said, it was all one, school and church together. We went to church 3 days a week, if not more. I mean, it was like we lived. Matter of fact, we lived most of the time right there, either on church property or beside it. And I was going to tell you that story. One of the houses we lived on actually got bought by the church, and this is crazy, but they turned it into the first elementary school that they had. So once I started first grade, I think it was, or second, they definitely had that built, and we were in there and my classroom was my old bedroom. Literally, my old bedroom became my classroom.
Wow.
So,
It
yeah,
really was all
that was, and that it's still there. It's not used as a school now, but that they still use that as part of the school offices or whatever. That house is still there. And any and all of you that have been down 95, Interstate 95 on through North Carolina, you've gone through my hometown, Dunn, North Carolina, and Benson. There's two little, like two little towns, cities, or whatever. There, and I lived in both, and you could see the Bible College from the interstate. I mean, it's just 100 yards from the Interstate 95, so everybody sees it every time they go through, North Carolina. There's no wall or nothing, just a little interstate fence there, so you could see all the buildings, there. And I used to take care of the all the grounds there. When I went back as an adult too, and planted all kinds of plants and bushes, and took care of mowing the grass. And I'd be riding a Kubota tractor, pulling a big lawn deck behind it to mow the grass. And I'd be wearing a dress shirt and tie. And you know what it feels like right now there. Imagine doing that all summer. Yeah, it was quite the challenge, but I enjoyed being there and doing what I would consider the Lord's work, and that. But all right. So what else? What else?
Before we move forward, I mean,
sure.
So how well versed would you say you would be in Bible knowledge from going through all this?
I can say that I've obviously heard sermons my whole life, because even in my older times, I've never gone far from the Word of God, and I've read this Bible right here. I love to show it and tell. This is the King James version, but now this particular Bible is got a lot of haters, and you can do your research on that if you want. Yeah, it's a Schofield Study Bible. And there's a lot of people that do not like Schofield this Bible, and probably some even in this chat, because they don't believe in a rapture. And I do believe in a rapture, whether it's before, during, or after, whatever. But I believe there'll be a meeting in the clouds with the Lord, His people. So you could call that whatever you want. All this English in the Bible has been translated from either Latin or Greek. So it's like if you get the Gutenberg Bible, which is the Bible that came out before the King James Version Bible did. That's was the main Bible before the King James Version came out. That's in Greek or Latin, one of the two, but anyway, and so a lot of people have asked me, have I studied that Bible and see if it's changing, and I'm sure it has changes in it. So, we know that pretty much every Bible has been altered with this supernatural scripture changes or Mandela effect, both, whatever. So I have read the Bible, this Bible. Like I said, I got it in 1994. My father bought it. So that's the year I surrendered my life to Jesus, was 1994, as an adult. And he bought it for me at Foundations Bible College there in North Carolina. That's the name of it that I was born into, Foundations Bible College. So I've read it. I've read it all, the 20 some years that I've had it, almost 30 years I've had it now, many times before and after the changes. So if we can go from there. What do you want to
know? Before you go forward into adulthood, I want to know about if you had any supernatural experiences, haunted houses, anything like that as a child, because that was a big part of my childhood. And I know a lot of people have gone through stuff like that. I don't want to gloss over that. Right.
Sure. I'll go ahead and get this one out of the way. I'm getting a little feedback. Let's see. maybe if I put that mic down. Okay. So yeah. My Ouija board story is kind of interesting. There was a time where me and my sisters decided we would play with the Ouija board, and prior to that, we had watched people play it, and gotten freaked out, and probably shouldn't even have gone there, and so, but we did, and our kitchen caught on fire, and the fire department had to come and stuff. So,
like immediately, like while you were doing it, or later on in the night, or what?
Yes, while we were playing the Ouija board. So I don't want to read into that too much, but we definitely took it as a message that we shouldn't have been playing the Ouija board. And I do want to say this too. I think that I know your opinions on CERN, and I'm pretty much right there with you, but I do think that CERN is a big Ouija board, and people are trying to use it to do things, nefarious. So, whether they're getting away with it and doing these things, I don't know. I'm not there, and I'm not I don't know, but by their own words, they're open parallel universes and all that kind of stuff, I mean, but who knows what they're getting away with doing, but I do look at it as a Ouija board, and I don't want help from the dark side. I want all the help I can get from the good side. So I don't, and I'm not saying I know what line and not what line to cross, and all that, because I know there's so many, things out there, especially we saw in that conference, even, that there's a lot of theories, but, I think that the biggest thing for me, Brian, is that I've had a relationship with God, or what I believe is a relationship with God, for pretty much my whole life. Yes, I did what you could call backslide for a number of years here and there, whatever, but I've always been a believer, and I've always, tried to try to go by the 10 commandments as best as I can. I've failed here and there, but not I haven't done any evil that I can report that I know of. I've sinned plenty, but I think there's a difference between sinning and doing evil. Do you think so too?
Yeah,
right.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So tell us, moving forward now, after school, high school, did you stay at home? Did you move out?
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, we go to high school. I went very little to an actual high school. Like I said, I was bored with school. I threatened to drop out at the age of 16, I think it was. Because see, I went to middle school, and so I was in middle school at 15 still, and then so I went to. All right, so this is what happened. My parents split up, and we moved to Pensacola, where I'm at now, at the age of.
Huh. Yeah, no. Hey, wow, it wouldn't let me unmute there for a minute, guys. I just want to stop and say hi to everybody, and wow, yeah, and I want to say I really enjoy seeing the shout out, the comments, the old comments from when it first aired, from all these cool people, that we care about and enjoy so much in this community. Anyway, thank you for being here, everyone. Bolt Gun, Flat Accord Music Fam, Robert Ali, PRD004, Carrie, let's see, Zepzo, Zillion, and Bolt Gun, if I didn't say your name. Yeah, everybody else who's just listening. And again, I changed my mind today because of a couple things changed. And my last show it's going to be Friday. At this point right now, hopefully nothing else changes. But yeah, and that hurricane bearing down on Louisiana made some changes here today. It's actually windy and gloomy outside from that storm. I'm sure we're going to get a little bit of the outskirts of it, but unless it starts coming this way more, we're going to be all right. So I just feel for everybody in Louisiana that's already had enough storms this year, But anyway, thanks again, like I said, for being here, guys. I really, really appreciate you. And yeah, I'm going to end up somewhere. I have followers on D Live. I've never done a show on there, but I think I'm going to try to do Friday's show. Will be the first show on D Live for me. That and it'll be the last show on here. I hope that you guys can forgive me for leaving this platform and understand. And I'm not trying to get you to leave. This is a personal thing for me. I've been on here for 11 years. I did not want to ever have to make a backup channel, but I was forced to back in July, and that's what you're on right now because I can't go live on my main until almost the end of January 2021 now. And that's if they don't nitpick and just decide to strike another old video of mine, just to finish me off. So I'm not interested in making 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 channels like that. I really was only planning on using this one until next week or so when I was going to get my main back. And and this is just tyranny. It's censorship at its best. And for me to only be have around 1,000 followers, to have this much trouble out of Facebook. Yeah, that's another thing I left. Facebook. I'm not ever logging on there again, I hope. But anyway, for YouTube to just be so, hard on me. And with that said, they've not given me any kind of trouble on this channel here, and it's the same content that I would bring you over there. I've done the same kind of shows, haven't changed a bit, but it's once you get up to around 1,000 followers or more, they are on you like flies on poo poo. But anyway, let's get back to the show here, and I'm sorry I got to mute myself here and there, but it's I'm watching this thing just like y'all are. I've never watched it all the way through, to be honest with you, since we did the interview. And Brian thought it was one of the best ones he's ever done, and it was pretty popular on his channel originally. And it's not a competition, not a popularity contest, but I do appreciate the love from everyone. And all I can be is real, with you guys, and I try to be an open book with you. And I'm not begging you to follow me to some other platform, and but if you do, come see me wherever I end up, then I appreciate that too. And God bless you all. I've never asked for a dime, and I don't accept donations. I'm not here for that. I've donated plenty of money over the years to my favorite channels, though, and I hope that help them and bless them. But I've always wanted to be on here just to share my testimony and what God has put on my heart and to mine to share with you guys. And I just really appreciate the friendship and fellowship you guys have been so so openly giving to me. Much love.
15. So I went from being in junior high school in Virginia to middle school in Florida because it was different, so you're familiar with junior high and middle school, right? The differences.
Yeah, we have where I was. We would have junior high and high school, and some people would call it middle school instead of junior high. It was basically the same thing. It was like 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and then at one point they made it like some of the schools had 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th there. But where I went, it was kindergarten. Then there was 1st through 5th in one school.
Well,
and then I switched to another school that was 6, 7, and 8, and then I went to high school, 3 different high schools, and I didn't make it out of any of them.
Let me say this right off the bat about schools. How many schools have you been to, Brian? First, let me ask you that.
What, like how many schools in my life was I in?
Yeah, total. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there would be preschool, kindergarten, elementary school, junior high, and then 1, 2, 3 high schools, a semester at college, and then 1 broadcasting school. So 9, I guess, if you count the semester at college and Connecticut School of Broadcasting. I don't know if you really count that, but at least seven practical schools, I guess.
Okay. I've been to 15 schools.
Wow.
Yeah. I was a military brat too, and everything, I don't know. Yeah, it's just it's the way it worked out. But 15, I've been literally 15 schools. So I had to adapt a lot. So like even in elementary school, which by the way, my school was 6th grade was elementary still. So 5th and 6th grade, I was Dr. Phil. I don't even know if Dr. Phil was Dr. Phil, then. But yeah. I didn't say, hey, I'm Dr. Phil, but I was like Dr. Phil, then for everybody. I didn't necessarily solve my own problems the best, but I solved everybody else's problems, and so I helped many people with their love relationships to anything and everything, schoolwork, and then I also became like how do you say it? A provider of things that people needed, in school. I see your hypertension. I would sell candy and pencils and pens and cigarettes. All right. So so that led to me meeting all the types of groups in school, and I ended up being friends with every kind of group in school there was. The jocks, what I'm saying, the grits. I don't know if anybody knows the term grits, but you had your grits.
Who are they? Who do they look like?
your jean jackets with the like heavy metal patches on them, and maybe the little long hair, kind of maybe
so
like rock hippie or something.
Yeah. All right. I never heard that one.
Oh wow! I wonder let's see if anybody in the chat knows of grits. Were they ever called a grit?
I don't know none of them. I'm just a good old country boy up here in North Kakalaki, Tommy.
Now we do love grits too in the South, obviously. But anyway, so and I've got some grits in the cabinet over there. I do eat them, but I don't eat oatmeal. Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
So. All right. What were we talking about?
Bouncing around schools and kind of get transitioned to high school.
Yeah. There's a lot more to say about the school situation.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Take it to.
It makes me who I am. So seriously, I did sell things, and meet and greet with everybody. So on top of me, providing some material things they needed, I was also still Dr. Phil for everybody all the way through school, and that helped me being the new kid at, I've been to 15 schools. I mean, I met thousands of people, I can't even remember like more than 1 or 2 teachers' names, because there's just so many of them, dude. It's just unreal. If you tested me on that, I would fail so miserably, asking me, teachers' names. But anyway,
I only remember the really mean ones.
The
really mean ones, the real pricks. I remember their names, but that's about it.
Right. So, all right. So, getting on to 16. Like I said, I was bored with school, and I threatened to drop out. And I went to the state of Florida and asked for permission to even before. Hold on, let me think. That might have been afterwards. Yeah, I was still in Virginia because my parents split up. We came here to Pensacola. I did the middle school, and we're getting back.
I don't know why. I haven't changed anything. It could just be StreamYard glitchy a little.
Yeah, hopefully. No.
How you doing now? Try.
I'm getting. Yeah, echo.
Really? If you have to leave and come right back in, I'll give the chat a quick shout out.
Cool. Let's do that. Yeah, we
Cool.
should.
Let's do that. Yeah, we should.
Kick me out because I
Kick me out because I can't.
All right. All right, get out. All right, I kicked him out. All right, so he'll be right back. I never heard of, I mean, I know the grits, the food, but I never heard of people called the grits. You ever heard of the grits? No? Apparently it's a thing. No?
Never heard of it.
I'm not really going to give the whole chat a shout out because this is taking me too long. I kind of lied about that. Oh, you're getting an echo from me now? Oh, no, just from him. All right, so hang on. He should be right back. Thank you, everybody, for coming. You're watching My Awakening episode 58, Tommy Tell the Truth. How's the audio now when I'm by myself? Is it fine? Can you turn your phone up a little just to check my voice for a second and see how it is? How we doing? Echo or normal? Normal? Okay, so it was Tommy. Just waiting for Tommy to get back in. StreamYard's been a little glitchy lately. For a lot of people, I heard there was some issues on a few shows lately. It's not just me, so. Tommy, how we doing now?
Hopefully good.
All right. Hopefully good.
How do I sound?
I don't hear it on your end.
I don't hear it on your end.
It sounds good, I think, so continue.
Okay.
Okay.
But I am hearing myself
But I
afterward.
hear myself afterward.
You are?
Yeah.
I don't know how that is. Let me put my headphones in then. Hang on. How about now, Tommy?
Good.
Good? All right, cool.
Yeah. I think we're
All
good.
right, let's continue.
All right, so we were talking about the school situation. Yeah, my parents split up, and when my parents split up, we never saw my parents fight, and rarely ever saw them argue. So they came and sat us down and said, "Okay, we're splitting up. You know, we're going to eventually get a divorce. We're splitting up." And the next thing was, and we're moving to Florida. And I'm like, okay. The next day, we were gone. We were on our way to Florida. No couple days to say goodbye to mom or anybody, you know, no, we're out of here. And that traumatized me and upset me, you know, very much. And my sister, you know, my older sister was already, you know, gone, married and kids and stuff. Yeah, so, you know, it really, really, really messed us up, but we worked through it. But my sister worked through it maybe a little better than I did at first. I wanted to be in Virginia Beach. I wanted to be with my mom, you know, more than my dad, I guess. And so I started to act out, like, you know, did anything I could do to piss off my dad so that he would send me back to Virginia. And that included starting to smoke green, you know, and when I couldn't get my hands on green, just to give you all a laugh, me and a friend would break open tea bags and smoke tea from a case. And pretend we, you know, or at least pretend we were getting, you know, another.
I can't say I've never smoked oregano in my life, but I don't think it
no, I never tried that. I don't think I did it.
I don't think I did it intentionally. I think I just got fucking ripped off.
Right. Now I have got ripped off too, like that, but no, I didn't smoke it though. I you know, you can smell that pretty well, you know, and know what you're getting there. But I learned quick in life: don't buy all shake from somebody. Better have some nugs in there. Yeah. But anyway, so I would go missing for days at a time. I had friends. I made friends quick. You know, I was good at that. So I definitely, when we moved here at 15, I knew what time it was time to make new friends and get somewhere I can, you know, be other than my dad's house. And because he's strict, you know, he was a cop. He was basically a pastor, you know, even though he, you know, never ran a church, he still, you know, went to school to do it. And so, you know, my dad was tough at times, you know, but he meant well, you know.
Yeah.
Tommy needs to mute his show.
No, that's old. Don't pay attention to that. That's old.
Okay.
The chat's way behind you. Your audio's fine now.
All right. Yeah. I should be looking over at the other laptop instead of the one in front of me for the chat. Sorry. And I do appreciate all of you guys. It's hard for me to concentrate even with it sitting right here. But all right. So my dad eventually said, "Okay, you could go," and so I did. I think I was here barely a year, and I went back to Virginia, and I tried. I think I was in junior high school there, so I went from being a junior high. I went from being in middle school to junior high, and then that's when I told my mom, I said, I'm so bored with school, I'm just going to drop out and get a job. Because, see, let me back up, too. I started working at a restaurant at 13 and a half years old. I had to get permission to work from the state. I got a work permit. And I was only allowed to work, what I want and work at the school and couldn't work so late, whatever, all that stuff. But I got a paycheck starting at 13. I started paying taxes and Social Security. And that helped me later in life, too. We'll get to that. But all right. So, it was a restaurant that my mom was a bartender and manager also, of the restaurant. And I learned a lot. I learned the whole restaurant, but basically they taught me everything. I started out as a dishwasher and busboy, but I worked my way up to a line cook and bar back, and I learned a lot of the management stuff because my mom was management, and so I was interested in all that stuff, and so anyway, the restaurant. So I knew that I could get a job. I knew I could continue just to work. I didn't need school. And I was never a fan of school anyway. But I knew I had to do it. I'm the type that much rather learn as I go, and learn on the job stuff too. I have the equivalent to a master's degree in business administration, business management administration, just from all the years that I've worked it and learned it on the job from people that took the time, to train me, and I'm thankful for that, and that led to that Walmart story. We'll get to that too. But all right, so school. So what I did was I went to a trade school. They allowed me to go to a trade school instead of traditional high school, and I got the minimum of high school that I needed, the classes, and then but it was focused on small engine mechanics. And I ended up getting a degree in small engine mechanics, and then going back to regular high school too, and get a regular high school diploma after that. Yeah. After that, yeah. So
is that what you stayed with for a job pretty much after school for a little while?
No, actually, I tried to get into the military, and I was all set to go in. I was going to be an Air Force jet mechanic, and I was literally like the week before I was supposed to go in. The Air Force said, "Hold up, your driving record is the worst driving record we've ever seen, ever." and I was like, "Well, I don't want to drive or fly anything. I just want to work on engines." They said, "All right, fair enough." They said, "Fair enough. Go next door to the Navy. They don't care about your driving record, and you can be a mechanic over there, a jet mechanic for the Navy." And I said, "Okay." So I go over to the Navy, and I get I get everything done to go into the Navy. And for some reason, my dad and my grandfather talked me out of it. They kept telling me, "Oh, we hated the Navy. You'll hate the Navy. You won't want to be on a ship for a year or two or whatever, and all that crap." I'm like, crap, what do I do? So I said, "Okay, Navy, never mind." And I went into retail, and that's where I started learning retail and grocery. I'd already worked at a grocery store, a little bit before that, but just briefly, so I knew what that was about. And I'm a people person, so I wanted to be somewhere I could greet people and help people. So the grocery business was perfect for me. So I got in the grocery business, and I trained through under so many everybody, and learned everything I needed to, and worked my way up from a cashier to stock clerk to stock clerk, supervisor, all that kind of crap, to back door receiver, inventory specialist, to grocery manager, to swing manager, to fill-in manager for dozen stores. So I would go to any store that had a manager of a department, or the head manager, or whatever. It didn't matter if somebody went on vacation or got hurt or quit, and I would fill in at that store. So it was perfect for me because I bounced around, I moved around, anyway, my whole life. So, and I've lived in 6 states and 14 cities, if y'all are wondering, so far.
Wow.
Yeah, that's, most people have been lived in a couple states or whatever, a few cities, but I literally have lived in.
Until a week ago, I lived in one city my whole life, with the exception of 1 year. 1 year, I moved to a city that was like 3 cities away for a year, and I lived at my dad's like a year or two, which is literally on the border of the next town over. Other than that, all 42 years in one spot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let me back up just for a second. I wasn't always the popular, kid. I had moments, when I was young, that I got bullied, and a lot of times it was because of the neighborhood I lived in. Both my parents were in real estate management, and sometimes they had to manage apartments that were in not the best areas. So I had to adapt to that, and I would be the only white kid in the whole in that whole complex, in some cases, and actually that helped me have a love for people of color too, because I didn't want to fight anybody. So I mean, I rarely had problem with people of color. For that matter, I've actually had more problems with white people myself, people like me. But anyway, with that said, I later in school became one that wanted to defend people that were bullied. So I became a bully hunter, or a bully beater. And in just 1 year, I sent 2 bullies to the hospital by ambulance. Because I attacked them for attacking somebody else. Yeah, so I don't like bullies. I don't like people that want to control other people, and belittle them. So that's played a role in who I am today, and why I love the truth, and I don't want to be deceived or bullied, by a new world order or anyone, for that matter. Well, where were we headed? Let's see.
Well, I mean, we'll be headed into young adulthood, and
Yep.
I mean, I guess one thing I want to ask is if you ever got into the whole politics and the voting and all that early on, and then you saw it for a lie later, or did you just totally stay out of that game?
Yeah. All right. Remind me that in a second, because I know where I was going back for a reason about the fighting, stuff. I want to get this in there. I did go to Chuck Norris Karate Studios, and I was a top student there. And I did get to meet him on a number of occasions, because he would come down and test our instructors to make sure they were up to his par. And so I definitely got to see Chuck Norris perform in front of me. I know that he is a real martial arts artist. He is not just an actor, and he's a poor actor at that too. And I say that with much love and respect for him, because I do have a lot of love and respect for the man. Just real quick, yes, he did take me and my whole family out to eat. We literally got into his limousine and drove actually like right next door almost to Po Folks. I don't know if y'all know what Po Folks is. It's a restaurant that just like a country style restaurant, and that. But Po Folks, I mean, he obviously wasn't poor, so it was kind of a joke, him him taking us to a place called Po Folks. But anyway, so we went in there and he had 3 or 4 bodyguards. And I'm like, whoa, this is weird. Why did Chuck Norris need bodyguards? I'm sitting right beside Chuck Norris. I asked him that, and he said, well, I would get sued if I fought somebody, so the bodyguards are there to protect people from him and to keep him from getting in trouble. And it was really cool, really cool to eat with him and be a student of his karate style. And I learned a lot. There's a lot of defense in what he teaches. It didn't like, just let me teach you a bunch of offense stuff so you can go kick ass. He definitely did not want us to be bully people. And so I learned a lot of self respect and how I should act from him too, and from that. Now, when he sold the karate studios, I left out of it because it wasn't the same, and it didn't feel the same. So I really regret that. I'm sure he regrets, selling them too, the way it turned out, because it just wasn't as popular and good anymore. But all right. So with that said, going back to the adulthood. So let's see. After I got the degree in the small engine mechanics, I came back here to Pensacola, and that's when I went to high school, regular high school, for 1 week, and I said, I just can't do this. I felt just too old and too beyond that, and I even tried night high school for a minute, and I didn't like that neither. So I went to the state of Florida and asked to skip high school, skip what grades? 9th, 10th, and 9th, 10th, 11th, and right to 12th. And so they let me go right to 12th, and I got to go to a new program at a junior college, Pensacola Junior College. It's now called Pensacola State College. But I went to this new program where it was for adults, older adults, to do their high school in. And they had they had an adult high school at that junior high, but this was even separate from that. So I had one instructor, and she taught us everything, and we stayed in it until we got it done. And then I got a regular high school diploma, and I could choose any high school in this area I wanted to walk, do the graduation walk with. And I was going to go to this one high school that my friends all were at, and would graduate from, some of them, and then I backed out of that, and I just got ahead and went in and just had them mail me my diploma, and it was done, and I just went to work. Now, when I was working there, when I was going to school there, doing 12th grade, my father had already moved to Orlando, Florida, so he left the area. I had moved out of his apartment during that school year. And I had a roommate, and I was working at Hardee's. Do you know what Carl Jr.'s or Hardee's is?
Yeah, I've never been to one, but I know what it is.
Okay, yeah. Hardee's. Yeah, it was Hardee's, Carl Jr., whatever.
It's like a drive-through burger place, right?
Yeah, Burger King, whatever. McDonald's type. Yeah. It's just like one of those. Yeah. All right. So, well, I was a breakfast cook, so I had to be there at 4 a.m. every morning, or 5-6 days a week, whatever its schedule was. And I would go in at 4 and get everything set up, and I would do all the breakfast cooking myself. There was a biscuit lady there. She was there before I got there making biscuits, and and then so I would take the biscuits and cook them. All she did was make them and rack them up, and anyway, so I did all the cooking myself. And for breakfast, and we were busy. We would have a waiting line, and through the drive-through and waiting line at 5 o'clock. That's when we opened every morning. So we had to, I had to get it, and I did get it. I was quick and efficient. And so I would do all the breakfast cook, and then for lunch I would break down the breakfast and set up the lunch, and then cook the first hour lunch, and then I could go home about 1 o'clock, and and then I'd go to school. So I'd go to school for 4 hours, and then I would have the rest of the day and night. So a lot of times I would show up at work at 4 a.m, and I had only slept for a few hours or something, because I was still enjoying my time or off, or whatever from school and work. And there was even times, and I'm not proud of this, but there was times where I'd have a cooler with alcohol and stuff in it still in my car while I'm at work, cold, from the night before, yeah. But I went, and then I'll tell you all this too. I went and took my dad's Porsche. When he moved to Orlando, he left his Porsche in my grandparents' garage, and my car had broke down. The motor went out on it. The oil pump went out and it froze up. So I went and got my dad's Porsche without his permission, and I drove that around for months. And then people started thinking he was back in town, and he got word that I had his car. Woo! Yeah. See, my grandparents were in Hawaii, taking care of my cousins, so they didn't know I had the car neither. And that wasn't good. But when my dad found out, there's a reason I'm telling you all this. When my dad found out I had the Porsche, by the time he found out, I already had my diploma, and I was just still working in, at Hardee's or whatever. He demanded that I come down there to Orlando, and I went for it. I'm like, I'd already moved out of his house. I was on my own, but I knew he was so mad. I was like, okay, I better do what he's, saying. And so I moved to Orlando from Pensacola, from here. And he got the car down there, and it had a little. It needed some work done to it because I was brutal to it. I went across a 3-mile bridge doing 140 miles per hour in his Porsche with 5 people in it. Just racing and stupid. I would do donuts in a field in his Porsche. Just stupid stuff. But my motto in those days was I do what I want, when I want, how I want, so dare you to stop me. But I wasn't evil. I was just like a little bit like Evel Knievel. All right, so getting on with that, my dad told me I got to come down there, so I moved down there, and in his house again. And he wanted me to follow his strict rules again, and I'm already 18 years old. And I'm like, oh my goodness, dude, here I am caught up in that, again. And he's, want me to, be churchy and stuff. And this was during my time where I was just, doing my will, not God's will. I was not seeking any of God's plan at that time. So I'm just having fun, I'm 18, who's not, at 18. But I did agree to be serious about a job. So I got on with the city of Orlando. My aunt worked for the city of Orlando. My uncle worked for the city of Orlando. And they put their neck out for me to get on with the city of Orlando. And that's how you get on with the city usually anywhere, is somebody, or you're really, really good at what you do and they want you, whatever. But, so I got in with Parks and Recreation. And this is important too. I know y'all think I'm just rambling on or whatever, but this is very important too. I got on there, and I was discriminated by, and I hate to say this, but I was discriminated by black people who had been there for many years and were trying to work their way up to being, to being supervisors. Because when these black guys started there, they had to ride in the back of the trucks. They weren't even allowed to ride in the crew cab of the truck because they were black. Wow. They were discriminated. Yeah. Right down there. Yeah, this is Orlando.
So then once they started to get a foothold a little bit, they didn't want to just give that back.
Exactly.
I can see that.
Look, dude, they looked me in the eye and said, look, you will never be anything but a little peon. You will never be a supervisor. You will never move up. And I put up with this for almost 2 years. And they went as far as to even sexually almost not assault me, but they would make just try to intimidate me, and then trying to like pretend, like I don't know, like just like try to, I don't know how do I say this without but they would do gay kind of stuff to try and make they weren't gay, but they would try to anything to piss me off, so all right, and just they just got and the funny thing is my aunt, let's see, I think both my aunts were working for the city of Orlando. So one of them worked in the mayor's office, and one of them worked in park and recreations like I did. And she was actually discriminated in her department by this is crazy, by lesbian women that had worked their way up into the supervisor and beyond position. And she wasn't a lesbian, so
talking lesbos on a power trip. All right.
Oh, yeah. It was nuts, dude. So we thought we were in the Twilight Zone, And then here comes Monsanto. Oh, yes, the lovely Monsanto. And here come Roundup. And they bought a big barrel of Roundup and sat it in front of us, all of us at the Park Recreations, and said, let me introduce you to the best weed killer on the plane. So they just for an hour, so they're selling us on Roundup. Oh, it's just so amazing, so blah 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 blah, so safe, and the dude goes, it's so safe you can even ingest it, and he tasted Roundup in front of us, dude, and I could not believe it, man. Oh yeah, and the owner, the founder or whatever, people have tried to get him to taste Roundup, and he's always refused for good reason, So can you imagine that guy, that salesman? I got goosebumps. He probably went on to getting serious cancer, from that. If he went to other places, hi, let me introduce you.
Yeah, because it's obviously not the only place he did it.
Yeah, exactly, dude. So
they told him to do that. Yeah, eat it right in front of these people, and then you can sell it. So he's going to eat it right in front of every customer to try and sell it. That guy's been dead.
We bought it, and I used it the whole time I was there. We sprayed it all over Orlando, sprayed it on the edges of lakes, sprayed it on the sidewalks in every park. We sprayed it downtown. We sprayed it, and so that stuff's everywhere. And so, it's crazy, dude. We have it in our bodies. There's not a person on this plane that does not have Roundup, glyphosate, whatever, in their system, and we have Monsanto to thank for that, of course. But even here locally in Pensacola, Monsanto years ago dumped some bad chemicals in our bay, in the runoff to it or whatever, the river, and so we've been fighting that for 30 years or whenever it happened, and it did a lot of damage to our area, our ecosystem here locally, from Monsanto and what they dumped, and they're still here, but it's a different name, of course. But yeah, and my father even worked at that plant, worked security there for a little while, and I gave him hell until he quit, because I didn't approve of him guarding Monsanto, Yeah. You back?
Yeah. Sorry, connection. Continue.
All right, we're just into adulthood. Good, Orlando. So eventually I quit the city of Orlando after all that garbage. Mm-hmm. And what did I do? Let's see. Okay, well, that was during the time, like I said, my aunt worked for the mayor's office. Well, so did my girlfriend at the time's mother. They both worked in the mayor's office, city of Orlando mayor's office. And when my father started getting more churchy on me, my father had some kind of a spiritual, supernatural moment. I wasn't, and here we go again. And so he ended up getting really back to the Bible and back to trying to live. Because I didn't tell you this. After I moved to Virginia, after he let me go back to Virginia, my sister was stuck there. He became a womanizer and became a heavy, somewhat of a heavy drinker. He was going out and just chasing tail, if you will. Sorry, but a lot, and bringing home different women, and that hurt my sister, and traumatized her, and whatnot. So anyway, so when he got all churchy, again, I decided I couldn't live with him, again. So I moved out and moved in with my girlfriend and her mom and her brother, and her parents were split up at that time. Anyway, but her father would still come around. And then he ended up living in the garage. Her father did, because he was building a house, and me and my friends helped him build the house. We built it from scratch. We built the house from scratch and by hand. We even hand set the trusses, if you know what that means. On the top of the house, the trusses, the triangles, the triangle part.
Mm-hmm.
If you're roof and all that. All right, so we built this house, and then for her father, my girlfriend's father, to move into, since her parents were splitting up. And so anyway, while I'm living with her, her dad sat us down and told us all about the New World Order, the one world government, and details. He worked for here we go again with the bumps, man. He worked for the government and had top secret clearance. Now, I don't even remember what his position was, but dude was very smart and very up there. And he was book smart, but he didn't have any street smarts, or even really much. I don't know. He might have had some common sense, but he was just I don't know. He should have never been telling us what he told us. And I mean, it would take me hours to break down all the stuff he told us. But in short, he told us that this time, what we're seeing right now would come. No, he laid out a number of ways that we would get there. And they've always had multiple plans and backup plans for all of their plans to get us to this point we're in now, and to the future, one world, everything that's coming, but the reset to that and everything. So we literally started saying in 1990, what was it, 1993, 94, down with the New World Order. That was our life slogan. All my friends, once we told everybody else, we became activists. We became against the New World Order, and so I became a researcher at that point, and I have never stopped going down the truth rabbit holes, and and researching for myself everything, the false flag terror attacks, the tower.
So my story. I mean, I started with 9/11, and then Gabby Giffords, Apollo, Sandy Hook, satellites, ISS, Mandela.
Mm-hmm.
What order did you go in? What did you start with first? Let's start there. What big topic did you jump into first? What year was it, and what means did you use to research at the time?
Oh my goodness, dude. I was a history buff, and I'm really still upset with school for teaching us all this false crap. That they did. Eli Whitney was black. He was a slave, and he had trouble getting patents for his cotton gin. All kinds of things that now they say is not the way or whatever.
He was black, but we'll get to that later.
Okay, yeah. All right, but yeah, I would say the first thing would just be, I would say, witchcraft and sorcery. All that kind of the dark side, because I was born and raised in the church, and and that stuff. And let me say this too: I have always felt the calling to that I should be in the ministry. Okay, but I resisted that all along, and maybe that it's because now I don't even trust churches. I'm the first to say that I think 99.5 to almost 100% of churches out there are not teaching people what they should be. They're not preparing people for what's coming, and they're doing a despicable job. Some of them in the name of Jesus. That's that's all it is selfism and a bunch of other garbage too. So you really have to be careful who you let preach to you or guide you in those matters. I beg everyone to be very vigilant in doing their own homework, their own research, and their own having their own relationship with the Creator, so that they have discernment and maybe even the guidance of the Holy Spirit when you're looking into these matters. And that's what I've always used, Brian, is what would Jesus do, what or think, or what would God have us do. And so I think there's a fine line between magic and witchcraft and sorcery and voodoo and miracles and healing and things to a certain bit supernatural, but as long as it's 100% done through God and with His permission, authority, because I don't want to do anything for the dark side. I don't want the dark side to do anything for me. I never again want to use a Ouija board or a medium, if you will, even. And I know that might scare somebody or whatever, but any kind of instrument to contact spirits, and I don't want to use a computer for that neither. I'm not interested in AI, and I don't want to merge with AI or any machines. I've got enough metal in me right now to hold my hand on. That's enough metal for my body, please. So all right. I would have to say that definitely let's see. All right. What's the first real rabbit hole, conspiracy rabbit hole? Because there's just so many, Brian. I know probably you've been down.
Get up a little. I might be losing connection.
Huh? Hold up. What? Or what'd you say?
Hold on. I think we're good. I stopped. No. I started to lose you. I thought I was losing connection again, but I think we're good. So the first big rabbit hole. Let's dive down it.
Yeah. Let me. Just it will take me a second because I've been down so many. If you want me to be totally precise, and it's been so long. I've been a researcher for 28 years next month. Too. So
I got all day. Let's just go right in order through your biggest things, man. Yeah,
I don't even know if I can go in an order, Brian, because there's so many of them. But let me think. I guess I should have prepared more for that question, but I've been down every single stinking one. I tried, and I was trying to give a disclaimer there about I use God in everything that I research because,
well, that's who you are, man.
But I don't want to be deceived. See, just like we don't want that extra nonsense that people have brought to our community, maybe that just goes off. Too left, too out there for us. You know what I'm saying? That stuff we're not, I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings or nothing, but I'm just really, really careful, like I said, to make sure that it is of God. Anything supernatural or anything, any miracles, any help that I'm getting or giving somebody, just better be of God, and not from the dark side. If there's one thing I want people to know is that there is definitely a good side and a dark side. There, God is the good source, and anything opposite of God or against God is from the dark side and from is not doing good. Evil. Yeah, there's a difference between bad and evil too. Like there's a difference between sinning and doing evil too. I'm sorry if people don't see that too. Because we're all sinners and we sin daily.
Yeah, because you can sin without having malintent, right? Yeah. But to do evil would be intentionally plotted out, and
there's so much of that now. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so probably JFK, something like that. It would have to be one of the, because that's one of my first. those type of things that I knew they'd stunk. I'm not talking about ME. I'm not talking about ME. I'm just saying.
No. Old school JFK, not Mandela effect. So
right.
Go ahead. You can stop. You can just throw it out there and stop by telling us how many people you knew were in the car. We'll just get that off the chest.
Certainly 4, and every single person I've ever asked has said 4, unless they just took the update and I watched them take the update. But yeah, 99% of the people I ask definitely say 4 on that. All right, but anyway, so 9. Blind 11, of course, and but before that, I used to just look into the Clintons, like how they've killed so many people or had so many people killed. The Clinton Chronicles and all that kind of stuff. Police corruption. Just being general here, the things that I would research. Religion, every religion on the planet. That's conspiracy too, if you will. And so definitely, just giving you some, stuff I researched, any kind of political corruption, and eventually even the whole dog and pony show too. And I spent years as an independent, breaking that down for people, showing people that, it was all dog and pony show. I was standing.
Did you ever buy into it though? Did you vote at all for a little bit?
Of course I did. I was raised to be in a conservative home, so I ended up voting one time, but it was for a independent Gary something. Well, I can't.
No fucking idea.
Yeah, but it was a libertarian or whatever. Not I would have voted for Ron Paul probably, but I definitely even saw through him. I hate the system, but I did participate in it some. I'm definitely guilty of that. But I've always known I've always known obviously about the shadow government because I was the New World Order was broke down in detail for me. The one world, how they would eventually have the one world religion, one world currency, one world, control government, and everything. So I knew that everything was like a facade. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's there, and also I've always said follow the gold brick road. Follow the money, to follow the gold, just like in the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, definitely. If you pull back the curtains on anything, you'll see who's behind whatever agenda it is. Whatever evil agenda or whatever greedy, selfish agenda it is that somebody's trying to pull on somebody else, or a mass, the masses. So I've been awake to the fakeness of everything for a long, long time, Brian, as I suspect you have too.
Yeah. Not as long as you, but yeah. Well,
I'm older than you. I dare to say, if you were my age, that you would have, well, you aren't that far behind me, are you? Neither, I guess. But see, nobody sat you down that worked for the government with top clearance and said, this is coming. It might take 20 years, 30 years, but he was adamant this was coming, and he's probably going, yeah, I told you so right now to everybody, And I mean, what can I say, man? He's. I wonder where he is now. He suffered. He suffered dearly. I believe he was targeted big time for what he did, for what he told us. I think that even back then there were fusion centers listening to everything that they could get their hands on. I had the very first public cell phones. I had a bag phone. I had a cell phone, the bag phone that people would carry around. I had. The in-car phones. I had the huge cell phones. Oh yeah, man. I was into that from the get-go. But I also, have always seen through it too. Knew that it could become our enemy. But I had the first smartphone available. I've still got it somewhere in this house. The first smartphone that I bought, and that's been, over a dozen years probably now. I don't know, when did they first come out? Whatever the first official.
Yeah.
But
I don't know, maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah, okay, yeah, the 10 years, whatever. But and I think it was before that too, actually. It seems like, because I had it when I moved to Nashville in 2010 already. I had a smartphone, so it was probably 2009 or something like that. I don't know. All right. Anyway, so and then of course, I backing up too. I used to research everything that was on Coast to Coast AM. My dad got me into that. Not to mention, now everything's coming back to me. John Birch Society. I was a member of that. My father was a member of that, and it's now called the New American or whatever. But I still occasionally follow them, but I'm not a member now. But they were telling people about big government and the problems, the dangers with it way back then. I don't know if you even know. Do you know the John Birch Society? What the
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, and then you throw on top of that Coast to Coast, George Norrie, all those shows about about that. Like I said, I was kind of into the paranormal, but I always kept it to I was interested in that kind of stuff and ghosts because I knew it was real. I've always known that magic I've always known that man could do magic, real magic, but I've always chose to stay away from that, so I you can say what you want, but I'm thankful for that church indoctrination, if you will, if that's what you want to call it, because I got it fully. I mean, there's definitely thousands at this point of ME changes in this Bible, and we can talk about bunches of them, but anyway, and we will. But all right, so.
We will. I listen. When we get to that, I really want you to lay out a lot of them because, as you know, I can lay out some of the big ones and I can really target them at people, but I can't. I can't. I just can't. I'm not a Bible guy, so I would really appreciate that.
And I
can't go too.
Yeah. And I hope we're not going too slow for you guys. All right. I mean, we planned on doing how long of a show? Tell them how long we planned on going.
I don't know. I thought we were gonna break Mark's record of like 46 hours. No. No, I don't know. I don't have a limit. We can go 4 or 5 hours.
What's the average they go though when you do these usually? What do they end up being?
Well, I'd say the average is usually between 3 and 5 hours.
Okay. Oh, I didn't think that. I thought they were 2 to 3 maybe. But all right, that's fair enough. But we'll go 4 or 5, whatever. Yeah. We'll get it.
If you want a top photo helix, you're gonna have to go 10 and a half.
Yeah. What was his? That was Awakening.
10 hours.
Right.
We did 10 hours and 15 minutes.
That was insane. It was good, but I don't know how we all lasted that long. Really. But hey, I just did a 9-hour show 2 nights ago, wasn't it?
Right after my show, right after my show, I went to bed. I got up, and you guys are still on.
Guess what, though? I was live before your show too, and right as yours was ending, I went and did that 9 hours. So I was live before yours and after it, because we did the pre-show leading up to that show you did. Me and Awake and Activate did, that one that was cool. Yeah. All right, anyway, so where we at? Gosh, you're gonna have to keep reminding me because.
Well, you were talking. You were talking about you used to be into the John Birch Society, and then George Norrie.
Yes.
Then you pulled me up and showed me the Bible, and I didn't know where you wanted to go from there.
Yeah, let's just continue down the talking about the conspiracy rabbit holes and stuff like that. Sure. So that gives you that should give you a broader scope of what I would go. Some of the rabbit holes I would go down. The shows that George Norrie did were on everything from supernatural to conspiracy to the whole from even for a while there Nibiru, Planet X stuff. I went down that. I'm not ashamed to say that I went down that. I never said that that it was for sure the real thing, but I at least got caught up in that to where I was kept my eye on it. Looked at it.
I would say a majority of the people in the chat went down that road a little bit. One way or another.
Yeah, I don't now. I don't now at all. I will say, but I know there is in the Bible wormwood and stuff like that. But I certainly know that space isn't what naysay says it is.
Yeah, of course not. That's ridiculous.
What do you think, just real quick, about them announcing that the moon is in our atmosphere, and why isn't the whole world going crazy over that? And have they retracted it since, or anything? I mean, because that is very, very huge, and that could mean they went to the moon if it was really in our atmosphere, if they didn't have to go through the Van Allen belts to get to it. that's, that does bring up that. But, is it in our atmosphere or not? They apparently announced that it was.
I think it probably always has been. And I think that the reason they did that is to cover their tracks, because some of the observations and things people are making of the moon, that for certain reasons that they're going to want to say that now, even though it contradicts their Apollo stuff before. But their Apollo stuff's already been contradicted to shit at this point.
Yeah,
so
of course.
I don't think they're too worried about losing that, because the normies that'll never look into it, you talk about the moons in our atmosphere, they're not going to look at that. It's not even going to register to them. Oh, then they couldn't have went. No, for them, they still went,
Yeah. And now I do get people all the time. I know we're jumping around, but here I do ask people all the time, how many times have we been to the moon? Or they say we've been to the moon, and I always get one time that they remember it, and occasionally somebody will say maybe twice, but never, ever 4, 5, 6. No.
The interesting thing about that too is Neil deGrasse Tyson only remembers one as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I know. Yeah. All right. So going back, let's see, more conspiracy stuff. Like I said, the wide variety of topics that George Norrie, covered. So I would go down those rabbit holes after each show sometimes, and look at all the things that are out there that he would cover back then. And then so that gave me all those things gave me a healthy kind of radar for somebody is out there trying to enslave us. I've known that all along, that somebody wants to play God, somebody wants to control. It's like those characters in a cartoon, Pinky and whatever. There's always somebody, Inspector Gadget. They're always in that. There's always a character trying to conquer and enslave the world, right? Yep. Yeah, and so that's in real life too, and just like they put in movies and shows what they're doing or what they want to do, it's also in cartoons too, heavily. We know how much garbage is in cartoons. We can go down that,
oh God, yeah. I mean, it's really bad.
Why do people fill up their house with 666 Disney products, and then so you've got your whole kid's room done in Disney, so that throughout the whole room, their toy box, their clothes, their bed sheets, it's all saying 666 everywhere. And you might not make a big deal about that, but I mean, think about it. What are you saying? That you support somebody that does believe in all that stuff? You see, because we don't have to believe in evil. You don't have to believe in magic and Satan's powers and whatever. But these people do, regardless of what you believe in or I believe in, whatever. There's people out there that think that they're doing Satan's work, just like I and others think we're doing the Lord's work or whatever, so we got to get that foundation down. People need to know that there are people just as loyal to God. There's people just loyal to Satan, and they won't stop. Yeah. They won't stop, but they will be stopped, First two, let me say that, I never want to instill fear in anybody. I know I talk about some crazy stuff, here and there or whatever, and bring up some crazy things that'll happen in the future or whatever, but I never want anybody to be scared. Do I want to encourage you to have a healthy fear of God's wrath? Yes, because I think that's real, and I think it's coming at some point, a judgment and a wrath. Why else would life be like a test? Like it is. It seems like if somebody wasn't going to grade you on that test someday, I mean, but
yeah,
anyway.
yeah. I think it's a test. That's what I think the whole thing is a test.
Yeah. Well, you can treat it like a game, and then you can see how that works out. You might get played. You're going to play, and you might have fun, but you might in the end get played or beat at your game. So I try not to treat it like a game. Yeah. All right. Well, let's move on a little bit. What else you want to know?
Well, I mean, obviously, we didn't get to the NASA stuff. We didn't get to the Mandela effect yet, but we were on George Norrie. Yeah. We were on George Norrie. So I'm probably hoping from your research into Nibiru, you bridge the gap onto when you started to doubt all that and move forward. Or did the Mandela effect hit you next? Or is there something I'm missing? A few big topics in between? I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, well, I mean, obvious, and let me say this too, because we will indefinitely talk about flat Earth. I have always known about the debate, and I always tell people that I believe from my research that most of the world knew and believed that the world was basically flat, not globe shaped. Until those lies and deception began, the globe lies and deception began. And when that began, good, godly men and everybody else, good, godly men anyway, threw their Bibles overboard in some cases, right over the ship, and didn't believe in the Bible anymore because they knew from the Bible that it was a stationary, unmovable excuse me, object. It's a flat plane of existence. We're in a dimensional thing too. Like there's other dimensions, spiritual dimensions. So it's silly to think that we're,
Well, at one time you believed it though, right? You said you've always known of the debate, but you were on the other side of it for a while. So what changed your mind?
I've never no. I was a closet flat earther.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to get in the debate. No, like I said, I've always been aware that we lived on a non.
Okay.
But now I might have acted a little bit like, or somebody might have thought I was a globie for years because I didn't join that. I didn't see the crucial need. I didn't see how important it was for a long time.
When did you come out? When did you come out of the closet, and why?
Sure. Yeah, definitely. When I started getting that, when God, started putting it on me to start defending it, was probably about 2016, maybe a year or two before that. I don't know, somewhere around that, 15, 16. When people started asking me more about it, and I'm like, well, you're not going to get me to go against it because, I know that it was believed, by most people and that it makes more sense too. And see, I've always, questioned the curve because I've seen too far, too many times for there to be a stinking curve, the water, the air, so I've never, bought fully, like I said, into the curvature even, so no, let's see, in 2010, I got a good laugh because the pilot said, look out to your right of the plane. We're at 20, 30,000 feet, whatever. We just took off from Atlanta airport and we're heading to Jacksonville, and we could see Jacksonville just like, right. Okay, here, look, Brian, I'm here by the airport. And we flew away from the airport and we're like heading to the coast. So we're right coming up on the coast, and we're looking down so we could see the beach from Georgia all the way to Jacksonville, straight as and we went straight there, and you could you could just, and you can use your common sense and tell that you're not, there's no curve. There's no curve when you fly hundreds of miles. It was hundreds of miles away, right? Let's do the math. Somebody look it up. From Atlanta to Jackson, It's a couple hundred miles, I'm pretty sure. And so we should not have been able to see Jacksonville, the city and the beach, and see it all flat like that all the way, in the distance if it was curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean that's one big example I knew, way back then too. It was proof to me, but I've been on the water my whole life. I've been way out. I used to go, deep sea fishing when I would get the opportunity, and I was a surfer. And so I love the water, and I love looking. I used to always look through telescopes and binoculars as much as I could. My cameras, I would zoom in on ships from the beach. And even in recent times too, when I would go back to Virginia, I'd get a hotel room real high up and or even just low enough to just see, and I would zoom in on ships way the heck out there on the Atlantic. So anyway, yeah, the Earth is flat, or not globe shaped for sure, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. What else?
Well, I guess I could probably ask you when you first started seeing the Mandela effect would probably be the next question, unless there was somewhere else.
No, we can talk about Blind 11 if you want to have, I definitely, if you want to have that conversation and other false flag, because certainly, let me think about the first time I realized like Vietnam was started with false flags. Yeah, probably shortly after 9/11. I started looking at Blind 11, about 2 years after it happened, I guess, or so. What was it for you about?
Well, 2010 for me, 9 years after it happened.
Yeah, so it was definitely in the first couple years. I had an uncle. See, if nothing else, I was already suspicious because I had an uncle that was dispatched up there. He was, I told you, my uncle worked for the city of Orlando. He was a captain of the downtown fire department. He worked his way up from just being a fireman. He eventually retired with like 32 years. Okay, so he was a long time. Fire is his thing. He was a captain for a long time, and he got sent up there to help with the aftermath of Blind 11, and to this day, he will not talk about what he saw and did or anything. And that made me suspicious right off the bat, right when he came back, I had many questions, and he wouldn't talk about it. So I've lost a lot of respect for him for him, not talking about what he saw. Cause he's got to have seen through it or regardless, he knows it was a big fraud, and that thousands of people didn't lose their lives, and I wish that I could pick up the phone and call him right now and say, hey, why don't you just tell everybody right now what you know about it? Because it's still all these years later crucial that people know the truth and know that there was no planes crashing into it and all that crap. There was a huge agenda that was planned for a long time, planned out for a real
9/11 was just as fake as the coronavirus.
Yes, indeed.
And all these people are doing, like the people that are putting the masks on. Say if they how I get mad about the truth is that I'll still put a mask on to go in certain places and stuff. And I'm like, you guys are helping feed the fear. That's what this person is doing by not coming out. He's helping feed that fear that 3,000 people were crushed by these buildings in New York. And that's not the case. Yeah. So my uncle, he's my only blood uncle, Brian. I have uncles by marriage, but I only have one blood uncle. My dad's father, my dad's brother, and my mom has five sisters, all sisters, there's 4 sisters. There were 5 of them. So my dad has the brother and then 2 twin sisters. And I told you they worked for the city of Orlando with me also. It's a shame that I can't even count on my one blood uncle. And that's made me try to be a better uncle too, I have 2 nieces and 2 nephews, and, I love them dearly, and I'm there for them if they need me. And they've been awake for a long time from listening to me. I've been the crazy uncle for 25 years, 20, almost, they're getting up there too, almost 30 years old. All of them, they're in, their mid 20s or beyond. And they've all heard me this whole time. If you call them right now, they would tell you, yep, we've been listening to Tommy our whole lives, tell us, about things, that is wrong in the world and everything. So, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm ready for the climax, I'm ready to see. Yeah. We are at the end of the church age, and if we're at the end of any kind of age, that means we are also at the beginning of some kind of a new age, and we have to adapt. We have to prepare for that. What is wrong with getting your house in order and preparing a little bit for what's coming, and maybe it's not going to be as a big a thing as some think it is or whatever, but still prepare for
the best and prepare for the worst and prepare for everything in between, and just make sure that you are okay with your soul and where it could be headed, if it goes wrong, if you don't make the right choices, or whatever. So we are all special. I don't like to give us a big head, and you'll know. You'll notice a lot of times when you say we are the best, I'll come behind you and say we're blessed, because I try to focus more on the fact that we're blessed than the best, but we definitely do try to be.
But when you say that we're special and me saying we're the best, it's literally the same thing to me. That's why I say that, because we are special. We're not insignificant. We're meant to think we're little pieces of shit, insignificant, and I want to get it in everybody's head that we're all the best. We're all awesome.
Yes. Listen. I just know what people think when we say that, because I've said it too, that we're the best. We give our best. We do our best. So we are the best because we do make sure that we give our 100%, or whatever, to 110% to everything we do. That makes us more real, too. And more, what I was going to say about special, I say we are all special, meaning every single human that's alive today is special because he was chosen to see all this unfold. That's what I'm talking about, special. Because yes, God chose our Creator chose every single person, even the people that are choosing to go against Him. We're all chosen and all have our role in this, and we all have free will. So it's not like He just programmed us to, be on His side. No, because there actually is more people that will be loyal to the beast system and to, unfortunately, Satan and all his agendas, then there will be that love and worship God instead. So, right now there's already billions of people that are buying into the beast system, taking part of it. You've got India and China and I'm sure other, but just to be the big ones, China and India, that's huge. That's billions of people already in the beast system, more or less, and being a
guy. Have you looked outside? Have you gone to the fucking Trader Joe's? I mean, we're in the beast system here. I mean, everywhere.
Oh yeah,
they got masks on everywhere, and they're fucking suffocating the kids in broad daylight.
I know, yeah. What I'm saying is that they're model systems for the B system already. They're the way that they're we see that, Brian. We see it here, but I'm trying to telling the people that at least they could hopefully they can at least see it in China and India. We're not we're not being tracked by the whole system itself yet. I mean, we are, but we're not. We can still buy and sell, without the chip and stuff. China China maybe even is still not there, but India definitely has 1 billion people that are in the facial recognition, all that crap system, and they no longer use cash money. They use the currency that the government has for them, and that's how they get their benefits and all whatever all the kind of stuff we get here. It's all computer now. It's all. They all have to be scanned, to get their stuff. So that's what we're facing. We are under attack. We are in a battle in more ways than people know. Right here in the U.S., right here in North America, right there in Holland and everywhere else in between too, that thinks that they're not under tyranny. The whole world is under tyranny. The whole world is under attack. And more and more each day you're going to see see that unfold in a city near you, unfortunately. And that's why I said don't be in fear, because I know most of us here, if not all of us, know that what side we're on, and we're going to stay there, and we're going to be protected, or come out on the end. Sure, some of us might get taken out that's every war, that's every battle. You're going to lose you're going to have some casualties, but that's fine with me. And there's many of us in this community, in this fight against tyranny, that are willing to die, if we're put in the situation. And we've had near-death experiences. That's why I think a lot of us have had near-death experiences in one way or another, or been close to death, or been put under for surgery. Even that is close to death, if you didn't know. All right, so so we don't fear death, and that makes us able to prepare for the battle itself and engage in the battle better. See, because
imagine if I sat here in fear, I wouldn't speak out the way that I do. So there you go.
Brian, I don't know. If you sit here and tremble and shake and worry, and stress and all that, I get accused of that all the time. Tommy, you're stressing or worried. No, I really don't worry about anything. I give it to God, and then I do my part to make it happen too, in my favor or whatever. And and I'm persecuted daily, man. I don't tell y'all everything I do. I am a pretty much open book with y'all. My current situation. I mean, things I'm facing, but not everything. I don't tell you, And so, yeah, sure. I mean, I've only seen my grandkid one time, and now he's a month and 3 days old, and I've seen him one time, and he's an hour away. It kills me, but my situation right now, I can't just, go see him. It sucks, but I want to be in my grandson and my daughter's life almost daily if I can, or more than this, and so there's a lot going on. A lot of battles, but we're going to be persecuted, and even though I don't put any faith in, and I think they're wrong. Churches are going to burn. Unfortunately, there's going to be groups that band together that have never had before, and they're going to burn churches. And even with, unfortunately, I think they're going to, with people in them while they're having church too. I've seen, if you will. I've had dreams of it, and so and I know that others have too. So it's just there's a lot coming to America. We will not be forgotten in their plot to take over the whole world. The evil elite that we know are out there. And I'm sure we all know, and we can list their names, but we all know the Rockefellers and the Gates and all those people that are plotting against us and want to get the population down to next to nothing, whatever, and probably enslave whoever's left too, Yeah. So what do you want to talk? What's next?
I need to go to the bathroom and get a drink. How about we take 5 minutes?
Sure. Yeah, that'll work.
All right. And everybody, before you guys take off, I do have a song that you can, do what you got to do. But I do have a quick message from Airborne Saint that I would like to play real quick on the break. If you guys could just watch this 2-minute video before you guys dip out for the ODD song that I have right after, and we'll be right back. All right, guys? I'm going to go into a screen share, Tommy. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay.
This was pretty cool, what he did.
Hello, everybody. This is Airborne Saint. I'm creating a video that is going to display the level of consent we have on mandatory vaccines or any kind of really vaccine, especially one related to a pandemic. Check out this little piece of montage I'm going to show you here is an idea of how the video will end. This is by no means the final copy or anything like that, but I have received overwhelming support already, and thank you for everyone who sent something in. And I haven't displayed everybody in this example, but this is kind of what it's going to look like in a way. And I think you're all going to enjoy it, and it does put your thoughts and intentions out there, and intentions do matter. Okay, I think all of the truth community, whether we're Christian or not, we know intent matters. You do have free will. And I would like for all of you, please, to email me your in picture with a WAV file of saying I do not consent. You don't have to say your name. If you don't want to give me your picture, I'll use some kind of avatar because I have to have a picture for it to work. The best thing is video with picture, a short video of you saying I do not consent. You are going to be featured in the video.
I do not consent.
So you can see this example right here that I'm going to show you. And Always, guys, put God first in everything you do.
Yeah.
Really, God first in everything you do. Love your neighbors as yourself. And I will see you next time on Awaken in the Morning.
I do not consent.
Michael John, do not consent. 0.
The Matrix has you. Wake up! The Matrix has you! Wake up! The Matrix!
In that your payments past due, your life just races past you. Wait.
Wake up! The Matrix has you. Oh, is that on my end or is that on his end? Are we still live?
Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. We are enslaved like cattle, held back with chains and shackles. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. In debt, your payments past due. Your life just races past you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. We are enslaved like cattle, held back with chains and shackles. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. There is a hidden agenda at play. Same old bullshit, but a different day. They're telling us lies and they're getting away, deceiving the world, and it isn't okay. Get out my way, cause I'm shining the light on these bastards with every chance that I get. Attempting to wake people up to this nonsense and tell the elite just can't handle this shit. Sick of living life in utter madness. So sick of them treating us like maggots. Look at textbooks taught in classes. Do some research, nothing matters. And they start waving their Hollywood wands. No sign of a brain because all of it's gone. That's where they wanted you at all along. Stuff that you think you know, all of it's wrong. These people stay lying, even though most ain't buying the mainstream manipulation, but still they stay trying. Look what happened on 9/11. Look what happened at Sandy Hook. These fancy crooks write lies as history in their fancy books. In debt, your payments past due. Your life just races past you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. We are enslaved like cattle, held back with chains and shackles. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. In debt, your payments past due. Your life just races past you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. We are enslaved like cattle, held back with chains and shackles. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Welcome to your trauma-based mind control. When will the shit end, man? I don't know. Until then, there's no place I won't go. I'm trying to rise up and fight the foe. Yo, I don't give a fuck if you call the cops. This is over to the dose and I'm not gonna stop. Nobody in my life is gonna call the shots, unless it's just me, so it's all or not. The way that they have us all living is sad. Humans are stupid, conditions are bad. I promise that you won't be digging the future. You're gonna be missing the shit that you had. I don't even know if we can ever even win. The only thing I'm sure of is I'll never sleep again. If you think you know anything, then you better think again. Just a part of a story that might not ever even end. Oh no, how can it be? This world is testing me. Won't give up readily. This is my destiny. I won't quit till my heart stops ticking. Searching for the part that's missing. Seeking truth, I'm on a mission. I can see, I got that vision. In debt, your payments past you. Your life just races past you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. We are enslaved like cattle, held back with chains and shackles. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. There is a hidden agenda, and it's hidden right up in plain sight. You can try your best to not let them get you, but the new world order's about to take flight. The system that we live in was specific.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to Dose of Reality. We're here with My Awakening, episode number 58. And yeah, I seen some comments in the chat. I'm just going to address Tommy real quick about people saying, "Oh, we have to wear I had to wear a mask to go to a restaurant, or how else are we supposed to eat? Don't go to that restaurant." You guys, this is the shit I'm talking about people feeding the peace system. Exactly what I'm talking about. If you have to wear a mask, if you think you can actually not go in the restaurant without a mask, then don't go out to eat. There's always another option. That's it. I'm not going to, just because I want to go out to eat, I'm going to put a mask on. Come on, guys. Come on with that shit. I'll call you out. That's bullshit.
All right, and you know what I need to say about that too is, I also think that we should never wear a mask, never ever ever. I mean, obviously, if you feel you need one for doing some kind of job, real quick or whatever, it's to protect you, from getting something toxic. But no, it is certainly a prelude to the mark of the beast, and I don't care who says it isn't. It is a big part of getting you ready for that, and it easily can kind of. It's almost like
it's not just, hey, we're going to put this on you, Muslim. Well, look at the people that we're seeing. People are getting acclimated
I think there's a
to the idea that they will need the mask.
Yeah, I think there's a bigger agenda here. I think there's. Oh, all right. This is what I believe is going on, and I feel like I'm getting the truth bumps right now. Again, I feel because I keep running everything. I can't stress to you guys enough that I run everything through God. And if you believe, like I believe, that I have a healthy relationship with God and that I'm in contact with Him, and I'm not saying I hear His voice in my head or nothing like that, guys. I get my confirmations from a variety of ways from Him, and somebody, a lot of people know what I'm talking about. All right, and discernment. And is one of them. Like, look, do you think if there was something to Q, God would have led me to Q? And I know He didn't for a reason. And I never ever Googled Q, didn't look for Q, didn't listen to Q. Never, not any time. And now everybody mostly knows that was garbage. And so I didn't waste my time with that. But now, real quick, let me say, and we're going to get back to the mask and what my theory is. But we didn't cover the Alex Jones part, and I've got to tell that.
Hey,
yeah. Because
before you dive in, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something I always ask people. Because I always say you have an awakening, and then you have the second phase of your awakening, where you realize that it's not just the mainstream lying to you. There's all these people put in place to lie to you. How did you realize it? And go ahead and take it from there.
See, I was one of his original fans, or people that looked. Enjoyed his first work, and he probably wasn't sold out at first. He probably had good intentions of being like us, against big government and tyranny and stuff. But everybody has a price. No, I say I don't, and others in this community say we don't, but you know what I'm saying? People that are, put themselves out for sale certainly have a price, and people that are working for mainstream, and government almost always have a price, or they get blackmailed too. Blackmail's real. They definitely, you could get trapped. That's why it's hard for a real, genuine, honest person or God-fearing person, or whatever, to be in politics, because they will stop you one way or another. One or two people or 10 is not enough to go against the hundreds or thousands, that they are, and it's just, oh gosh, it's ridiculous. All right. So anyway, Alex Jones, Prison Planet, MySpace. Yeah. That's when I was got into Alex Jones. That's a long time ago. That's before Facebook. Before YouTube. So way back then, and for the most part, what he made sense. But as time went on, he showed his true colors, didn't he? All right. So 2009. Fast forward to 2009. You had the swine flu. And I received information, you obviously know I had sources, and I was in Orlando, and those sources were telling me about what Orlando's plans were for the swine flu. Mm-hmm. And it was just unbelievable to me and to others, of course, too. But and so I revealed all that to Alex Jones live on the air, and and immediately after that, I was targeted in every way I could be targeted. I was a targeted individual, and I don't think it's going on to this point this day. Although I'm under attack, by other ways, and Satan tries to get at me, other ways. But I don't know the government. I'm not going to say the government's still targeting me right this minute. But anyway, I definitely got the attention of the wrong people when I shared information with Alex Jones. And who knows if that at that point, if he was already sold out. It was quickly after that I said no more of him. So about 2010, 2011, I was done with Alex Jones. Might occasionally looked at what he was doing, but didn't, just was not interested. I knew he
his agenda against no planes and no planers on 9/11 is what made me realize who he was, because I was like, I've only been in this for a few months and I already know that there's no planes. This guy's supposed leader of the movement for 10 years. How the fuck does he not know? You know what I mean? And then it got real brutal. The way he would talk about no planers is the same way they talk about flat earthers now. It's the same type of dialect,
Yep. I think anybody that was in the know, including my uncle, was either paid off or was offered money to keep their mouth shut, or offered power. My uncle was going to retire, and then all of a sudden, because of 9/11, they offered him an outrageous amount of like $200,000 for a bonus for 2 years, so like $400,000 to stay on for 2 more years with the city of Orlando and the fire department and all that stuff. What the freak? How'd they even have that money to give him for that? They didn't need him. So did they give him that nice? And it was a nice little office job too. So did they, pay my uncle off to keep his mouth shut? Why else wouldn't he tell me anything about 9/11 and still won't? Think about it.
Yeah.
So Alex Jones too.
Crazy.
Alex Jones probably said, okay, well, this is my chance to get rich. I will keep my mouth shut or go along with the whatever agenda you want me to with 9/11 and everything after that too.
I think, Tommy, I know we can think about it that way, but with Alex Jones, for me, he was sold out long before that, because he was the original fearmonger for the Y2K thing back in the day. So he was at least sold out by then, when he was still small time, in my opinion.
You're right. I remember that, and I didn't buy into it because I didn't think the world was going to end or anything. I knew it wasn't time for that. I knew that it wasn't a situation we're in now, and we're looking at some kind of climax, some kind of tribulation period, and then whatever, but new age. But Alex Jones, he deserves what he got, I guess, and he should have never jumped on the stupid Trump bandwagon. Good grief, I feel sorry for people that.
Well, hey, hold on though, but that's what they do. That's what people think there's the media and the alternative media, but not only are they both lying to you once you get there. The actual job of the alternative media is to protect the mainstream media and to actually pull you back into the two-party system with things like Alex Jones and Q and all this other nonsense. That's what they do.
You're right. You are right. You are definitely right on that. They see, this is the thing, and I mean, like I said, it would take hours to tell you all the details that this man told us about the New World Order. And I mean, dude, it was all this stuff. It was literally everything. And he said guess what? All along, if something doesn't work, they immediately have plan B. They immediately will manipulate any and exploit anything that happens. He didn't say that blind 11 was going to happen, but he said there would be something like that happen, and he talked about the biohazards, and so I mean, dude, I'm not shocked at all. Nobody has ever seen me shocked about anything that's happening right now or going to happen in the future, because not only did he explain it, but the Bible explains it to me too. And I'll go ahead and do that spiel real quick, where I tell people that at the very least, the book of Revelation was, or Revelations, if you want, book of Revelations was a gift, a vision given to John that God looked into the future. God can look into your heart right now and see what you're thinking. He can look in your mind, see what you're thinking right now, Brian, mine too, and anybody else. And so he knew way back then what man and women were going to choose to do in 2020 and beyond. And he said, look here, John, look what they're plotting. Look what they're going to do. Look at the choices they're going to make, and look how it's going to turn out. And, so then we see that, and people say, well, the Bible is just a playbook then for them to just make all that happen. Well, if we were living in the Book of Eli movie and there was no Bible, then they would still be doing, just like in that movie, they would still be doing evil and the same things that it says, because like I said, it was a vision. It was God seeing exactly what these people that we're facing right now, we're up against, we're going to do in 2020 and beyond, and bring in the beast system, the new world order, the one world government, the one world religion, the one world currency, and so, it, to me, it's like, I think a child could understand this stuff, really even. And I think some do. But, we're seeing it all come together and unfold, just like the Bible says. And these people, even if they had no playbook to go by, because it does, anybody could argue that it looks like the elite are reading this book, reading Revelation and going, okay, yep, okay, hey, let's do that, yep, okay. And sure, that's what's happening in a sense, because, like I said, it's just the written word of what God saw man doing and telling John, and say, so that's that. Most churches don't even preach out of the Bible Revelations, preach the book of Revelations out of the Bible, and they if they do, normally they'll say it already happened, which is ridiculous. So and let me say this about the book of Revelation too, is it's not in chronological order. So we're seeing a lot of, almost all of everything, it says happening now, or being implemented now. But, all right. What do you want to go from there?
You tell me.
We're getting close to Emmy stuff. But let me think if make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Conspiracy wise, like I said, corruption, police corruption. I spent a lot of time. I wanted to be a cop because my father was a cop. So, when I was a kid, I designed in my head a device that every police officer could have in his car to identify somebody, by one means or another. I saw that coming, and I thought it was a good thing back then. And for a cop to absolutely, for 100% know who they were dealing with when they had somebody pulled over. But just think about that's police state, so. It's crazy, but and I went as far as to be enrolled to be a police officer. Though my end goal was to be a military police officer, MP. But I would have had to have been either a police. It was here in Pensacola. I had sponsorship in the police, high up sponsorship, so I could have done it, but I liked that too much. I like to smoke.
Yeah.
And I just, I was literally, as far as I was enrolled and was about to start the classes, and I said, and I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to put people in jail. I didn't want to be a regular police officer. I did want to be a part of the military, and I did end up working for the military, I should say, too, for a while, until I was disabled. But I was a civilian contractor. I worked for DOD, for DECA, the Defense Commissary Agency, and it's a bunch of fancy titles for the military grocery store. But yeah.
Hey, you were really on the front lines, brother.
The people that were on the front lines. That's the way I look at it. I did my part to help the families and the first, the people that were out there. And I had access to, cards, security cards, whatever, to get on and off the base and whatnot into offices and stuff. But and I enjoyed that time too. I wish that I wouldn't have gotten sick. Eventually, and it could have gone back to that, and I also did. I worked, I worked for the government, for the military itself, but then it opened the door up for I worked for the company General Mills, makes all the food products, General Mills. So I had my own DOD card, Department of Defense card, and then I had a contractor card that was under General Mills and Fruit of Loom. What am I saying? Land O'Lakes. Land O'Lakes, the ones with the butter that they just pulled the Indian.
Yeah, I know. They just pulled the Indian off, and it used to have the sun in the background. Yeah, I know.
So I used to represent them for the military, and I would handle their accounts for the, Anyway, all right. So I do appreciate the military, but how many of them are really truly going to lay down their life for the Constitution and for what's right, and how many are going to, be willing to lay their life down to defend the New World Order? That's something to think about. There's a lot of armed forces. So even a small percentage of them that go rogue and go loyal to the system is an army. And they have better weapons than we do too. We always have to keep that in mind, unless you want to talk about spiritual weapons, and we have better shields than they do. I think if we're, I dare to say too. But anyway, they have drones. But yeah, I don't fear any of that stuff, because even if they take me out or take all of us out, we're still the good is still gonna win in the end, and we will, our redemption will draw nigh. We will be redeemed for our role, and that's us. That's the difference between us and these people wearing a mask. They're not standing up for nothing. They're just giving in, and even
they're giving all the way. They're giving all the way. Like you said, the mask is a prelude to the mark. Absolutely. They're already getting acclimated in that they need to use a mask on to go do their food and all this. So what the next step is, if they need a mark to get it, I mean, what's the difference to them? They've already got 1 foot well in the door.
They're going to use the same excuse. I'm hungry. I got to eat, man. Yeah. And listen, they want us in the big cities.
Speaking of eating, I'm currently fasting and have not ate in 2.5 or 3 days now. And I'm shooting for fasting until Friday. So we'll see how it goes. Yep. But I do like to fast from time to time.
Because the food's going to run out quicker in the big cities, and then listen, and all right, let me just say this. This is where I was going to go when I said I was going to come back to the mask. This is my theory on the mask and the bigger agenda that it is. They know that eventually people are going to stop going to small businesses, and they want that. They want to ruin small businesses. They want it done and over with. They hate them. They hate. And they want only government-run corporations or stores that are completely compliant to the B system, so they will not stop until they squash the all small businesses. And they know that if everybody stops going to them because they have to wear a mask, that it will hurt them to where they have to close their doors, and then and it'll be over with. Somebody, my mechanic might be knocking at my door. I don't know. Somebody's here working on my car, but they maybe it was just something off the porch. Let me see if he texts me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I have my phone on silent too. So all right, we're good. I ain't worried about none of those things. Okay, all right. So the mask is a huge agenda. That it also, this is the other big part of it. Not only is it to kill the businesses, but they want to identify me and you and every single person better, that doesn't wear the mask. Just think about it. It is harder to identify somebody with a mask, but look at all these people that are standing firm against the mask, and we can see them real easy. So that's who they care about is us, not them. They're concerned with us. They know the sheeple are doing what they say So now we're standing out, and they can say, "Look," and we can be shamed by all the masked people too. And I haven't been. I've gotten dirty looks, but I haven't had anybody, attack me yet. But it's coming. They're going to get, they're going to get stupid on us.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I haven't had anybody attack me yet, but I imagine it's coming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because see, that's the thing. What they're doing is saying, "Oh, see, this guy will wear a mask. I bet you he's also a rebel, and he won't go along with other laws. Yeah, he's a sovereign citizen. He's this, that, and the other. He's a racist. He's whatever. Anything they can throw on us at that point." And then see, we're out in the open. The masked people aren't. So everywhere we go, we're the enemy of the state. We're the opposition to what the state wants, the government wants. See how that works?
Yeah,
we're highlighted. They're highlighting us. See, we're not. If it was the other way around, if we were all wearing masks, it'd be the same way. If all the people didn't wear the mask and we wore it, it'd
be the same. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we wear shirts. You wearing a shirt right now. I mean, I get it. Yeah, we're not scared about standing out. But I'm just trying to show you that they're trying to divide us from the maskies, and they're gonna encourage them to strike out at us. See, or at least shame us, right?
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, come on, right? I mean, we're gonna. Only 3 more hours to go, guys. This is long. We're going to stand out, so easily now because we won't wear the mask, and so we're going against the grain. We're the bad guys, as always. We're they're going to paint us as just horrible people that don't want to.
We're the fucking mental case. We're the mental case asymptomatic nana killers.
Yeah.
We're not sick, but we might be.
They're going to have these people convinced that we need to be in a mental institution or a re-education camp before it's over with, and people will be trying to drag us there, probably themselves, wearing a mask, dragging us there, for the government. I mean, it could get that way. I know now I'm kind of sounding doom and gloom. All right, but seriously, we are in a battle, and just because you don't have an M16 in your hand, you are shooting bullets with your intent against them, which is good. And so we're firing back all the time, are we not? And that's what we should do. We are supposed to stand up and speak up against tyranny and evil that's being plotted against us. And we care enough about everybody else that we're standing up on behalf of many people that haven't waken up yet, or won't ever wake up, whatever. But we're not going away unless they do drag us away. We're going to continue to be the example, because we stick to what we believe in, and we're not going to be changed. We're not going to give in to them. It's just that simple. So that's my declaration. I'm not going to consent to anything that the New World Order wants of me that's against what I believe. I'm not going to be enslaved. I'm not going to be chipped. I'm not going to be vaccinated. I'm not going to be tested. I'm not going to be silent. I'm not going to be silent. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be violent. It just means I'm not going to stop loving and spreading the truth, as I know it. And I know I don't know everything. I should say that at the beginning too. I don't sit here and think that I know everything or have all the answers. And, and I don't want to be around people that think they know all the answers. I will never have it figured out until my Creator, reveals what He wants me to know. And I don't want to know anything outside of what He would have me know. That's a big thing for me. Like I said, I don't have to know exactly how the universe works, and I'd love to, but I'm not going to go ask an unfamiliar spirit, oh, hey, how, tell me the secrets of the universe. No, I'm not going to ask a Ouija board. I'm not going to, I ask God to reveal what He wants me and His people to know, and that's as far as I go with that. And I hope that other people will consider, not turning to the dark side for answers. And throw your TV out. I used to have one behind me that was not plugged in, an old 2 TV. That's not there anymore because I haven't watched TV like that in many years. I quit sports many years ago, following that, and I was into sports for a number of years. Even, and it's almost like some people could say I've been a hypocrite at times, because I've been awake so long. But it's hard to live your life for almost 30 years now, and and be so outside of everything, outside the mainstream, and then you have to participate sometimes in the worldly things to be around your family, loved ones, and friends and stuff. So I've failed many times in being the true patriot, the true truth seeker I should be, all the time. But like I said, I've never done evil to anybody, and I've had evil things done to me and to my children, and I don't appreciate those things and the people that did those. But I have forgiven them too, and that took many years to forgive my wife and to forgive my baby mama. And I told Brian that we wouldn't dwell too much on my story because most of y'all have heard my marriage story and what my wife did to me and the children, and then my later situation with my youngest daughter and her mother, the evil done there, and those people are one is in prison for life and will never get out, no chance of parole, and my wife is paying for her evil deeds, already in her hell on earth that she's living right now, that I'm not going to go into details about, but she's got it rough, and she brought it on herself. But oh boy, I have ignored the chat so this whole time. No, I'm not purposely, but if any of y'all have any questions for me, just put them in there, and I'll try to answer any of them. Maybe Brian can help me out with that. Is Brian coming back? Are you still there, Brian, somewhere, or what's the deal on that? Because I see it's just me. You just got to focus on me, or did we lose Brian? I don't know, but all right, Michael. I will tell. I'll try to. Okay, he's rebooting. So if y'all can still hear me, then we're just waiting on Brian to reboot. But so, all right. Well, what happened was I married a 16. Was she 16? Yeah, 16. I married a 16-year-old when I was 23. All right, hold on. Somebody's knocking at the door. Hold on 1 second, guys. Daggum. Yeah, hold on just a second. Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
Can you hear me? Tommy? Can the chat hear me? Can you guys hear me?
All right. Sorry, I was only gone for just a second there. Welcome back, Brian. You okay? Everything good? Hello?
I keep getting disconnected, man. This sucks.
Wow.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. You got me?
Yeah, I keep dropping.
All right. My mechanic came to the door. He's done for today. He's got to probably get some parts, but he's getting that Escort ZX2 that I bought.
Yeah.
A little project car.
Tommy, can you do me one favor?
Yeah. What's up?
Tommy, because I had to reboot my whole computer. I have to reset my audio cables. It's going to take me about 2 or 3. You want to just give the chat a shout out. I'd rather have you not continue with your story because I won't be paying attention. I have to focus for 2 minutes and fix this. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So go ahead and give them a shout out while I reconfigure my audio.
All right.
I rebooted my whole system.
Let me see if I can get over here and try and do it on my other laptop because it's too hard to do on in StreamYard. So let's see here if I get to participants. Okay. We've got just going right down the line here, and I'm sure it'll jump around, but we got Bandman, R.A., Ben Flat, Bolt Gun, Boris B., Brian Staveley, hey, Captain Rankin, Carla Red Pill, woo woo, Sealim Fan Man, woo woo. All of you, woo woo. But anyway, much love and thank you for being here. Christy Chickle, then you cried, then then you cried. Did you die? But did you die? No, anyway. Did you cry? DD74. That's the year I was born, 74. Oops, I'm reaching for the mouse, but I gotta grab this over here. Let's see. Flat Accord Music. What's up, brother? Haska Sun. How did we get here? We're trying to figure that out, aren't we? Good to see you. James Scrivener, Jennifer M. Woo woo. Joseph Kerr. I'm gonna not get that right. Karaoke. I don't know. Sorry. Lord Fry Bread. Martin Leidick. Hey. Michael Healy. Michael Hitskits. Mr. LA. Hey.
Haven't seen Michael Healy in a while.
No One's Flower. Hey. Patrick's
okay.
Robert's Our New Timeline. Hey, bro. PRD 004. Hey. Queen of Swords. Hey. Reality Sliders. Ashley. Mandela Affected. Yep.
Wow,
hey.
A lot of people.
Something sticky on my hands. Great. Red Flag Rico. Rethink Everything. Shine the Light. Show me Sasquatch. Well, hello there, bro. Space is Fake. Sparky Lady, the Intrepid Explorer. Spirit Field.
All my
Spirit
favorites.
Sealed.
A lot of them that don't come around anymore.
Is that a Mandela effect? You sure it wasn't Spirit Field? Anyway, Sue Finelli. Hey, Suzanne Casey. Either way. Sins Man. Woo woo. Lady Lacey Show. Hey. Thank you for being here. The Nicus. Let's see. Valiant One and West Texas and Zulu One. Hey, good sir. All right. And if I missed anybody, and I'm sure I did, I'm sorry. I was just reading off the participant list. There's let's see, probably some more I could go through here. How you doing over there, Brian?
I don't know. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I see.
All right. Let's continue. Let's continue before my internet goes out. We can shout the rest of them out later. They understand.
Okay. We're only 2 hours and 18 minutes in, so let's see. Where were we? If you can help me,
right now.
Maybe.
Oh God,
almost halfway.
Just general, just get me.
We were. I know. I know. Kind of in general, one of the last major topics we were talking about was the map.
I might have to mute for a little while.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we can.
My daughter's home.
So, yeah, I really fear there's a whole big, huge agenda around just the mask itself, and they're using it as a tool, a huge tool. Like I said, to mark us. They're marking us by us not wearing the stupid mask, mark of the beast. You know, it's like I said, they're highlighting us. Here they are. So go ahead and shame them. You know. And tell them how horrible they are for exposing COVID to everybody. The Nana Killers, like you said, the Nana Killers. Did we lose you again? No, I hope not. Oh goodness. Well, we might have lost Brian again. Let's just rebuke whatever. Please, everybody, send out good vibes, and let's rebuke whatever is trying to attack this episode too. You there, bro? Yeah.
Never been kicked off times.
Yeah, we're gonna ask for the Father to just help us and bless this show, please, God. Protect it and clear the airwaves, Father. Please bless this and bless everybody involved. Thank you, in Jesus' precious name. We pray. Amen. All right. So yeah, they even it's like they're trying to even hijack the airwaves, all of them. So, that they can just eliminate the truth off of those airways, off those frequencies or something. There might be something to that. I don't know. I'm just rambling on there. All right. So the mask is not your friend. It will not keep you from getting sick. It will hurt your immune system, and then you might get sick. See, they want that's a whole other thing. Is they want people to wear the mask full time, and so when the weather gets cold this winter, fall, winter, you know, and the regular flu comes around, then everybody will be more susceptible to getting the flu because they've been compromising their immune system, wearing a mask and breathing in all that crap. So, you know, just think about that. You know, you're likely to get the flu and be labeled as COVID just because you wore the mask and you compromised yourself and made you more susceptible to a flu bug. That's common sense stuff, man. You know, if you don't take care of yourself, your health, then you come susceptible to all kinds of diseases and problems, if you will, if they're real, you know, all kinds of plagues or something, because your actions, your choices. So I mean, you know, I people don't like it when I say I've been fighting sun poisoning for 7 years now, and I've still got some on me right now. And if I go outside, now that we're in summer, it's probably going to stop any day now. And then it just turns off like that every spring for 7 summers in a row since I moved back down here from Tennessee to Florida. Chase and Tail, remember that? Chase and Tail, yeah. So I came down here chasing chasing the wrong woman. I shouldn't have been looking for any woman because I'm still married and I need to divorce my wife before I would even think about, you know, being with somebody else. So I'm guilty there, and I shouldn't, you know, indulge in that, you know, and that's just me. Anybody else can do what they want, but I just believe in you are supposed to, you know, divorce before you get involved with somebody else. And I broke that. And getting back to that real quick too, like I said, no, we're not going there just quite yet, because I was about to tell the story about my, you know, marriage and all that stuff anyway. But so just sticking with the mask, you know, and that stuff, we really got to be careful what we do to keep our health good, you know. I mean, even if you overeat and you get, you know, huge by your own actions, or even by, you know, some medical reason or whatever that you got really big, you're also working your immune system overtime. You're working all your organs overtime, and so, you know, heavier people are definitely more, I would say, more susceptible to getting, you know, flus and other things, even, if you will, diseases and of course cancer, you know, because there's so much glyphosate, Roundup in the food and stuff that, you know, if you're a big person, you know, I used to be 215 pounds. Now I'm 1. But even at 215, I wasn't, you know, a real. And I'm not picking on big people here. No, so let's not get that feeling. I'm not trying to pick on big people. But in this day and time, it was probably healthier back in the day to be heavy because you didn't have toxic food in you. Now you've got toxic food in you, and that stuff hangs around for a long time. Even you can say toxic meat now. So that stuff is in your body for too long when you're a big person, and so you've got more cancer stuff, you know, chances, you know, things and issues, and you know, so and like I said, you're overworking your immune system too, and so that's what a mask does. That if you wear the mask 24/7, or even just, you know, a lot, you are risking, you know, getting the stupid flu and other things, you know. So don't think it's protecting you. So if that's the number one reason you wear a mask, do not think it's protecting you. Now, if your number one reason is wearing a mask for a job, then that's just as lame. And tell them why, Brian. Tell them why it's just as lame to wear a mask for a job.
Well, because you're fucking suffocating yourself. I mean, and then you're going to do it all day at your job. Just go get another job. I mean, I quit my job. I won't do it. I know people will say, but I mean, I won't do it. I'm not doing it. There's always another way. I'm not putting a mask on and a muzzle. You know why? Because I'm not fucking stupid, and I'm not going to suffocate myself. And the people that are doing it to their kids, you're child abusers. So if you're listening right now and you put a mask on your kid, that's fucking child abuse. And I hope you fucking go down for it. So sick of it, dude.
Yep. Yeah, and I feel the same too. I would never force my kid to wear a mask like that. It's ridiculous. And if you're doing it for the money, then I'm here to tell you that the money will be provided for you one way or another. Or what you need will be provided for you if you just take the stance and refuse the mask of the beast. You know, please, you will find a job that you know, you'll find something, to provide for yourself and your family. I promise you, you know, that
so I mean, if you'll put the mask on for your job, so when does it stop again? So what's next? So if they tell you got to get a shot, well, then you're just going to go get it because it's for your job, right? What if they tell you got to go jerk off a horse in the woods? I mean, you're going to do it? I mean, give me a break.
Exactly. See, man. I mean, there's no end to it. There's no limit. The possibilities are endless, and they love that. That's what they want, and it all works in their favor. So, you know, look at here. Here's all these radicals that won't wear the mask, and then they're looking at all the CEOs going, "Yes, you're so great," and they know what they're doing to people. They know it's harming them. So it's there, right there. I mean, that should wake up people. You know, there's lots of ways and reasons why there should be people waking up every single day to the whole big, this, you know, facade, this big whole, you know, I mean, they have created this world. It didn't have to be this way, folks, but they've molded it. And I dare to say they've molded people too. You know, so, I mean, come on now, you know, it's from not enough people like us standing up and breaking it up, you know, and saying we won't have it no more. We trusted big government to provide the services that we expect them to provide, and they stepped over their boundaries, and now they want to control your every move, your thoughts in your head. I mean, how bigger does it get than that, folks? That the New World Order wants to control even your thoughts. They want to see you in your house. They want to track your every single footstep, not just in general. No, they want to know whose house you're going to. They know who you get your weed from, or your pills, or your whatever. They know where you get your alcohol, and they can tailor-made a program to target you too. And I'm not saying they do it to everybody, because they couldn't do that. But if they don't like you enough, they've got a program for people that they can silence you or intimidate you one way or another. And they've done it to so many people, good people. It's sickening, man. So just, you know, we're all in this battle, and you know, your role is only as big as how you choose or how God's appointed it to you. You know, you can sit there with your hands under, you know, you can sit on your hands and watch it unfold, you know, and you can be silent and watch it unfold too. But, you know, I think it's in everybody's better, it's a better plan to just go ahead and be vocal and, you know, and at least stand up and speak up against this tyranny and against wearing an unhealthy mask. I mean, you know, if people cannot think correctly for themselves in this issue, then that's all the more reason that somebody, you know, has to stand up and say, hey, you know, there's an alternative, and there's a healthier alternative than, you know, the mask. And it is clearly by just not giving into the fear that you're going to catch anything in the first place. And it's by not complying with a government that is out of control and radical and committing
tyrannical.
Tyrannical, damn it. I couldn't get it out. but yes, man, you know.
And Tommy, now's the time. And you can just tell me if you agree or disagree. So, you know, a couple of years ago, we talked about these closet truthers, closet flat earthers, or whatever, and we were willing to accept that. We can't accept that anymore. Now with what's going on, everybody needs to come out and not only speak the truth, but lead by example. And that's why I'll get a lot of heat, like, oh, another no mask video, Brian. Oh, you're just showing off, not wearing a mask. I'm not trying to show off. I'm trying to show you that this is what you need to do. Because some of those people, they still get that anxiety. They don't want to deal with the, oh, what's going to happen? I don't want to argue. And they put the mask on. And these people, some of these people are people that know it's a lie and they put a mask on. They're worse than the normies because at least the normies don't know it's a lie yet. We're working on it, but they don't know yet. And then you have these truthers that'll put a mask on like a fucking coward, dude. And you're setting a bad example and you're feeding into the beast system and you're leading all these people astray.
Yep. Exactly. And so we have to continue what we're doing, and we have to, we might even have to accelerate a little bit because they're now accelerating it. Even my state here just made it mandatory. Just yesterday or whatever at 5 o'clock or some crap. Now I'm apparently supposed to wear a mask wherever I go. I haven't been anywhere today, but we're going to find out quick,
Well, here too, they said it for here too. And me and Karen went to the grocery store yesterday and at Ingles. And of course, we didn't wear a mask. There was a sign. We just walked in. Nobody said nothing to us, but 100% of the employees, and we didn't think we'd see it like this because we're in the small town here. 100% of the employees, and I would say at least 75% of the customers, when a few days ago, it would have been 20% of the customers. It's up to like 75% the day of the mandatory announcement because everybody just buys into it. They were pulling up in the cars with masks on around us and everything. And I'm like, I wasn't expecting it because it had been really low here for a few days. Not like it's been in California, wherever else I've been, but now it's fucking,
Right. Yeah. So, and they closed the bars again here. They had them open. Now you can't go to a regular bar. You can get a drink at a restaurant or whatever, that crap, but, so that's, there again, Brian, it is an attack on small businesses. It's an attack on the beaches and their businesses. It's attack on our way of life. So
Tommy, they've almost wiped out all the small businesses. They shut them down for like 3 months. How are they going to survive? They don't have money like Costco and Walmart and McDonald's. These are people that rely. They have to still to pay their rent and everything. They're sitting here in the middle of a small city or something or a small town. They don't have income for 3 months. They're going under, bro. Most of them, unless they already have a lot of money supporting them.
Yep. If they haven't already, they will after this second round. That's the thing. That's the nail in the coffin is the second round of all this.
And that's to keep you sick, too, because if you think about it, and they cut out all these mom and pop restaurants and everything, you know what type of food you're getting. And you already know if you're forced to buy shit at Walmart, what type of shit you're getting put in your body. So,
Yep.
McDonald's, come on.
I know. Exactly. Yeah, man. That's why, we can't stress enough that we are in a battle. I'm sorry. We really, really, truly are. And these people just keep on with their plan, and they think that they're winning because there is so many people complying. So, to them, they think, of course they know that there's people opposition, that they know that they plan for that. They, and they have plans for that for us. But, they know, they know, and they expect that we're going to, speak out against this and stand up against it and fight them all the way, tooth and nail, whatever, even if we all stand up today, every single American that can, were to stand up today, they would still want to battle with us. They wouldn't give up. They're not going to surrender. Think about it, because they still hold power. We don't. I mean, yes, we have our power, but they're unless we physically remove them, they're not going away, and neither is their New World Order agenda, obviously, right? So I mean, I just want people to stay in battle mode. That doesn't mean you can't enjoy your life, but please just know that we are being attacked, and they're using weapons. We can say the fluoride, the TV is a weapon. The chemtrails to some degree are a weapon. The frequency, the 5G is 5G is hive mind technology, so it'll be used as a weapon. They've got all these weapons that they're trying to use and prosper against us with, and of course we're not worried about it. We know how the story ends, so it's not about I'm telling you to fear it and do something, because of fear. No, but at least prepare so that you can ride this out comfortably if that's what you want. Hey, if you want to be a soldier, let me grab the clipboard. Here you go. Sign up. I mean, we know what side we're going to be on when it comes down to a battle that we don't even want. My family, there's only 12,000 Logsdons in the United States. That is nothing. Look at the Johnsons, look at the Williams, look at the, whatever. I mean, I'm a tiny fraction. My last name, it comes from somewhere in England, New Bedfordshire or something like that. I don't know, whatever. But there's been a Logsdon in every single war that the U.S. has been in so far, and officer rank or higher, and a bunch below it too, whatever. But so we know war. My family knows war, but we're not warmongers. We don't want war with anybody. But we also have a long history of definitely standing up against what's wrong, what's evil. So I will do whatever part I'm asked to do. If it comes down to a real battle against evil people. But yeah, I just seriously, we need to just prepare for the best and the worst, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's what I said earlier, and that's my story, and I stick to it. So, do you want to move on to Mandela stuff yet, or what's up?
I actually do. Let's take one quick bathroom break, and then we'll come back and we'll get into it. All right?
Cool. What are you gonna play? COVID's a lie, or flat?
No, I actually have a Mandela effect rap from somebody else to play.
Right,
You've heard it before, but I'm gonna play it.
All right.
All right.
Awesome.
All right, guys. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Dose of Reality, My Awakening, episode 58. Tommy Tell the Truth, Brian Staveley, and we're back in about 5 minutes.
Alright, so check this out, right? I don't know what CERN's been up to, but I'm pretty sure they're messing with my timeline.
In my timeline, my baloney had a second name, and it wasn't the same as John Mayer's last name. In my timeline, it was the Berenstein Bears. I told my girlfriend, she was like, yeah, I know, who cares? In my timeline, I used to eat Chick-fil-A all the time, and I remember it was spelled with a K. In my timeline, it was Luke, I am your father, for a fact. And even James Earl Jones remembers that. In my timeline, Febreze was spelled with 2 E's, and Vaseline with the O, 'cause it was spelled like gasoline. In my timeline, there was 4 people in the car. When JFK was shot, now there's 6, that's bizarre. In my timeline, it was mirror, mirror on the wall. Now it's magic mirror on the wall. The fairest of them all. In my timeline, the lion lays with the lamb. Now it's wolf, and apparently always has been. My memory is correct. It's not me, it's in me. It's the Mandela effect. Don't you find it strange? All the changes we claim are exactly the same. This is my discernment. Concerned, so we should be concerned. This is not my timeline. My memory is correct. It's not me, it's in me. It's the Mandela effect.
In my timeline, Morpheus said, what if I told you that everything you knew is a lie?
In my timeline, there was most definitely a monocle on the Monopoly guy. In my timeline, it was Looney T-O-O-N-S. Now it's T-U-N-E-S, and that don't even make sense. In my timeline, the Scarecrow didn't have a gun. And my question is, where the hell did he get it from? In my timeline, it was Smokey the Bear. Now it's Smokey Bear, like Doug was never there. In my timeline, Skechers was spelled with a T, and Gene Wilder died before 2016. In my timeline, Darth Vader's nose was black, but now it's silver. What's up with that? In my timeline, witches were burned at the stake, so imagine my surprise to find out they were all hanged.
My memory is correct. It's not me, it's in me. It's the Mandela effect. Don't you find it strange all the changes we claim
look exactly the same. This is my discernment. Concerned, so we should be concerned. My memory is correct. It's not me, it's in me. It's the Mandela effect.
And we are back. All right, everybody. Let me get my camera on. Tommy, are you ready? You're on mute. I think you know that, but you're on mute. Cough it up, brother. Look at this motherfucker's gonna die on camera. Look at this motherfucker. Oh, awesome. This guy's out of his mind.
All right. Woo. Okay. Yeah. And every time we go to break, I remember something that I, left out, and that would be that I've been seeing chemtrails since the late 90s, and I've been telling people about chemtrails since the late 90s, and I have I don't know, I have probably a couple hundred videos on YouTube, at least 100 or more, just on my channel of just chemtrails. And I was doing chemtrails up until I started making Mandela effect videos, basically residue and all that. So my mother is 71. She tells people about chemtrails, and I know you have mixed feelings about them, but I know that whatever they are, they're not for us. It's not Lysol that Trump ordered, to save us from COVID.
Oh no, I think it's a very evil intent. I just think it's on a different level than just the straight up poisoning that people think. I think it's a spiritual battle, basically.
Yeah, I have lots of theories on them, and so do many people, and so yeah, it's no good. And I will say this, that since they couldn't get us to believe in global warming, all that crap, and climate change, I mean, I know the climate does change, but still the way that they push it, they want us to believe that it is getting hotter and the icebergs are melting. Well, see, the chemtrails trap in the heat. It doesn't get to escape as it used to. So that there creates a warming and it helps melt the ice. So they're creating, like always, they're creating the problem, and they have the solution. And and it comes with a bunch of laws that take away from our freedoms. So it's like that all along. They're just slowly doing away with the Constitution and putting in their agenda, which is nefarious. It's nefarious. It's not anything we want to live by. And because they have us so distracted with trying to get through life, provide for yourself and your family, and the daily struggles that they make it so hard on us. That is to keep us down and keep us from being able to reach more people, and what I'm saying, because there's just so many people that are just trying to keep afloat that they can't focus on spreading the truth like we're doing, or whatever, or even they don't have time to research, and then care enough to share it. What I'm saying? Do you see what I'm putting out there? That we're under attack even in that way, that they know that keeping us down and out, as much as they can, keeping us to where we're just struggling to get by, and that helps keep us from being able to
Well, Tommy, if you got all these worries, you're worried about where your next meal's going to come from. If you're worried about a terrorist blowing you up, you're worried about your kid getting shot in the school. Are you really going to go look into these other things? Probably not. I mean, you're going to be so preoccupied.
Yeah. That's another thing I've seen through for a long time. Every time they have one of those MASS pow pows, I've immediately saw through them all and investigate them all, myself, and I mean, man, it's every single one.
So bad, so blatantly bad.
They never fooled me again after 9/11. They never fooled
me neither.
Me again,
me neither.
So that's that too, So you know, that's to me. You know, people say, well, you know, you've been awake all this time. You've been the crazy uncle. You know, yeah, that's just nothing but a curse. You know, having to try and, you know, wake people up and listen to all this. You know, you're crazy. You're you know, you're wrong. All that stuff. But, you know, I wouldn't give it up for nothing. I'm glad that he sat us down and told us about the New World Order and what was coming, you know, because I'd rather live my life knowing, you know, than rather just, you know, get stabbed in the back without, you know, any warning, you know what I'm saying? The New World Order is trying to, you know, just do just that. They're trying to enslave somebody, you know, everybody, you know, by any means necessary, and they hope that it's, you know, without you even knowing it too. That's how sick they are, you know, and that's why they spend so much money on programming and that you know, the television, what they do there, you know, and in schools, the schools is huge. Just think if we were able to just learn, you know. Go through life without school the way it was, you know. I mean, learn things from your parents and learn things from others, you know. But yeah, I mean, the whole indoctrination, the whole, you know, agenda they have behind school, and then the way that they manipulate and exploit it and abuse children, you know. Yeah, it's just, oh man, see what we've created, you know, and I dare to say that it is because man got greedy, man got selfish, and man, just like I did, chose to ignore God's will altogether, God's plan in the big picture altogether. And, you know, I've been guilty of being in love with the worldly things too. I've had fancy cars before and, you know, lived in some nice houses, but, you know, I've had extra cash, things like that, you know, I mean, whatever. I mean, you know, and I'd rather live, and people say, they always are going to say, oh, you're full of it, you want to be rich. But I truly do not want rich. I do not want fame and fortune, and I haven't seeked that for a long time now. And I even gave up having. I had a for sure career in Nashville in country music, and I walked away from that because I saw the industry, what it was doing. Even in country music, you know, there's evil, and in all genres, Christian music, there's evil. You know, it's all about money. It's all about power and control and programming, you know, and it's all about casting spells through TV and through music and the whole on the wrong hurts, you know, all that is done on purpose. And they pray to the dark side as they're producing and putting the music, you know, in its final stages. You know, they don't really, you know, CDs, you know, whatever, any format, the online format, and they're not praying to God. Sure, your artists, some of your artists are. You got a lot of, and they exploit that. They, you know, too. They love the innocence that some of these artists, but look what they turn them into in just no time at all. Taylor Swift went from cute and innocent to Satan's daughter. You know, seriously. You know, I mean, Satan's so proud of Taylor Swift. It's, you know, it's ridiculous. And, you know, so yeah, yeah, we can definitely go down so many roads right now. So, you know, I have some stuff to share. When would you like me to start going down that, or let's just get more to maybe the Mandela effect, and then I can share some new residue. And stuff like that.
But yeah, before we get into any residue, let's talk about when you first saw it, what you thought, what made you, which one, because for me, I saw the Berenstain, but I didn't realize how significant till JFK, South America. Right. Bring us in the beginning of the story for you. Let's start there and go forward.
All right, so I'll first tell you my personal Mandela effect, and it's gotten weirder. And I bet you I can go back and find in shows that I've talked about before. You know, I mean, it is improved. You know, what I'm about to say. So anyway, my personal Mandela effect is a restaurant me and my family used to eat at as often as we could get out there and go to it. It wasn't in my hometown. It was another town in North Carolina. And so we'd have to drive like 30 minutes, I think, or something like that to get to it. Anyway, it was called Western Sizzler, right? Western Sizzler. Okay, I'm very familiar with the chain Sizzler. There's one that's just called Sizzler, and I'm very familiar with Western Sizzlin'. Okay, so yeah, I know how close that is too. The name. All right, so we loved the Western Sizzler and went to it, like I said, often, and then and we also went to Western Sizzlin' too. Now, there was a Western Sizzlin' in my hometown. Might still be Dunn, North Carolina. You can look it up.
Well, that's even better, Tommy, for the people that say you're just mixing the two up. You actually had both there, so there's no way you're mixing the two up. That's not the case.
Exactly. So, it's going to get weird. It's going to get weird because this is something. Yeah, here we go. This is something.
We love us real Mandela people. We love to hear personal Mandela stories. So
yeah, but what I'm trying to tell you is that it just got weirder for me the other day. It just changed on me again. All right, so this is all right, and so this might take us a little while to get through because I have not researched any other Mandela more than I have this restaurant and this situation, and for years now too. It started years ago before the Mandela effect. Yes, it did, and I'll tell you why in a minute. All right, so check it out. So the restaurant, I mean, man, we loved it. It was so great. We also liked maybe, almost loved the Western Sizzlin', too. It's a big buffet, and it's a big chain. All right. Anyway, so years ago, I looked into, if there was more locations of Western Sizzler, and there was none, other than I think that might have been the only one. There might have been a couple at the most, so then I see that there was a bunch of Western Sizzlins everywhere, and I saw the Sizzler and everything, and then it flipped on me where I couldn't find it at all. It went to where I couldn't find Western Sizzler at all, but it didn't exist at all, and it stayed like that for years. And I thought, wait a minute now. I know for a fact we went to that restaurant. My family remembers, and everything. So for it to disappear and to not even have been one location at all, the one we went to, but I kind of remember there might have, been a couple more. It wasn't as big as Western Sizzlin' was, and still is. If I think, there's some around, but now with COVID, who knows? We just lost Golden Corral here in Pensacola. We have 300,000 plus people here, and it's gone, and it was filled every day, so it couldn't come back. That's strange. That's a big buffet, Golden Corral. Have you ever ate at one, or you've heard of it? Well, anyway,
no, but I've seen them.
Okay, yeah. There's a lot of them. They so like I said, there was no trace of this restaurant. I'm like, wow, this is nuts. So that was before Mandela effect. That was something I was dealing with. Didn't know what the Mandela effect was then, but I couldn't find my home. This restaurant that we love so much, and then it's turned out that people started. This is weird now. People started that used to go to the Western Sizzler. You started calling the Western Sizzlin' Western Sizzler, because they love Western Sizzler so much, and so I know that doesn't help my story now, but it's even to this day, if you go look at Western Sizzlin', their website, in different cities, you'll see where people call it Western Sizzler, especially like the one in Dunn, like I said. But anyway, so it's gonna get weird. Trust me, it's gonna get weird. And so, all right. So, so then for just the last few years, it's been still no Western Sizzler ever existed, And then just a couple days ago, I looked, and it's been, even in the last few years, I've looked periodically, a few times each year. So even this year, probably January to, February, because it's the biggest one for me, obviously, especially, and now it's even bigger. But let me tell you why. All right, so just a couple days ago, I looked, and now Western Sizzler is back, and now there's a bunch of them. So it went from being one to none, to and it was none, for years, and now there's a bunch of them. Western Sizzler, even in Virginia Beach, where I moved to, and I know there was none there, and I don't even know if there was any Western Sizzling there for that matter. So there wasn't Western Sizzler. Now they, so that is,
so that's kind of
that's mind blowing.
That's kind of like a. Yeah, that's like a flip-flop on a major level.
That's like
crazy.
Centralville becoming Centerville again or something, or jumping to Centerlessville, or, whatever. Seriously, yeah.
Centerlessville. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy. But yeah, so I mean that's as real. I'm being as honest as I can, folks. I'm a real researcher. I would never make up anything about the Mandela effect of the Bible or a personal story. So that is real. It's just something I'm still ongoing dealing with Salted Cedar. It's Western Sizzling is a chain that's been around for a long time, and Sizzler is too. And I always knew about those two. I've never been to a Sizzler. I've been to a Western Sizzling and Western Sizzler. And now there's Western Sizzler and Western Sizzling as of a couple days ago. But for years there was my restaurant disappeared altogether, and then who's at my house? Somebody's here, and I don't know who they are. You're gonna have to. We're gonna have to take a break or something, bro. I don't know who.
Go ahead. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I gotta go pee and get a drink. I'm not even gonna play a song. Just do what you gotta do. I gotta go pee.
All right. Who is it? Who's Joe? Oh, yeah. What's up? Yeah. But yeah, wow, I'm glad to see you. I was wondering who had pulled up here. I don't know what you can have. I'm going to let the show turn my show on. All right, be good. Isn't it just like that for somebody to show up that you haven't seen in a couple of years, that doesn't have my current phone number, and just thinks it's cool to come by my house?
How we doing? You good?
Yeah. Somebody from that I used to know back in the day, just coming by to say hey when they don't even have my current phone number, and haven't seen them forever, whatever. All right. So yeah, we're good. And where were we again? Of course.
Western Sizzler.
Oh yeah, Western Sizzler. So yeah, man, that has gotten really strange all of a sudden. It's been strange for many years for me, and I want to say, as long as at least 2010, 12, somewhere around in there is when I had went first look for it again, and found that it was gone, altogether. So, and it's just been it was a mystery. It wasn't a Mandela effect until now, Mm-hmm. So after that, of course, Berenstain Bears. I had them and read them and loved them like many kids, and I know for sure. And the Berenstain Bears, I've spent a lot.
Tommy, before you go into that though, like I know you wanted to talk about your personal one first, but did that one actually hit you before the Berenstain, or was it after?
Oh yeah, like I said, it was before. I was probably the Berenstain change was probably was about the same as like the first people. You know, it's been a long time. You know, but I don't know when. Whenever it was probably discovered. You know, I mean, whatever. You know, heck, damn it. You know, who knows when it changed, but you know, I did recognize that because that's the second one I've researched the most. I was fixing to say. And I know that that they curated a name, a Jewish last name by changing it to Stain. Man, gnat flying around me when I opened the door, I guess. And so, Berenstein is a real Jewish last name, and now, of course, Berenstain is a Jewish last name because of what they did. But you know, we knew. I knew that Berenstein was a Jewish name when I was a kid. I knew they were Jewish bears, and I have a theory on the Beren. I have a theory on the bear on why they would attack the bears. You know, in general, is they didn't like the message behind the Jewish bears, and really it's almost the Christian message too. If you know the bears and you know the stories, you know, and so you know, I often wonder, you know, what there's more to the story of why they did the Berenstain change like that, and you got to think about this too. The family doesn't know that their last name changed from Berenstein to Berenstain unless they're playing along. So yeah. Are they playing along like Sally and you know others? You know, or are they so Mandela affected that they just don't know? If you woke up tomorrow and your last name was, you know, Brian Staveley or Staveley, you know, whatever, and you know, if you had the ED on the end of it, would you, you know, and you didn't know it, you would just go on with, yeah, that's my last name. You know,
people have already accused my last name of changing.
Right. I don't know, you know, where we go with that, but but yeah, the Berenstein, you know, it definitely was early for me. I'm sure that you know, I was one of the early ones to catch that, but you know, and it's big. But moving on, let's see. You know that all the food ones, because I worked in the grocery industry, all the food and grocery store related items, because it isn't just food; it's Febreze and all those ones too. You know.
Yeah, I often said, besides the KJV, nothing's probably more effective than the grocery store.
Yeah. And I worked in that industry. Imagine that, you know, and now I'm a residue hunter and I can, you know, so even if some people have doubt, I know that I ordered Jiffy peanut butter. I ordered Jif and Jiffy peanut butter. I ordered all these products spelled the way they're Kraft and Crunch and, you know, all of them, man, they're all, I can confirm that all of them were once the way we remember. And you know, and it's just that it's definitely 100%. I would look before the cash registers did do the ordering. Now, you know, they keep track of the inventory now. I had to go around to each item and on every shelf in the grocery store and click the gun and order a case or 2 cases, 3 cases, whatever. So I'm looking straight at Febreze. I'm looking straight at stovetop stuffing, excuse me, you know, so on and so on. I'm ordering them, and I have, you know, so you can't tell me I haven't been face to face and enough times with all of these products, you know, and know that they were there, you know, because you know, I know they were.
Yeah.
Yep. So, what else about the early stuff or anything before we get into sharing and whatever? What are any other questions about the early?
Well, I mean, when was the first Bible when you saw a change? Because I know that's going to be huge for you because of your background. So, I mean, before we even start showing residue and stuff, why don't you tell us about the first Bible change and how it hit you? I think that'd be important.
Yeah. I want to say the very first one was the Lord's Prayer, and I know I'm not gonna. I don't want to use the trigger word for somebody that I think's in the chat room. And listen, I know that things, even some people in our community do not have the same MEs as everybody. I mean, it's not an ME for everybody. Maybe they took the update, maybe whatever else theory, I don't know. But so
maybe at one time we all did have the same exact changes, but maybe we aren't so impervious to all the updates like we think it. Maybe I took a couple, maybe you took a couple, right? We don't match on a few. Yeah. How do we know?
Right. Exactly. All right. So the Lord's Prayer is I used to work for Cocaine Anonymous, and that's like AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, Cocaine Anonymous, and actually Cocaine Anonymous is the only anonymous group that accepts people from any drug or alcohol or anything, any mind-altering substance. That was our thing. You could come to us, with any addiction to anything, and so we would help people from all walks of life with all kinds of addictions, and that's what made Cocaine Anonymous really good for what it did in the 12-step program. But anyway, we said the Lord's Prayer every day, and and I'm not going to say it out because somebody is definitely not wanting me to say that T word, and that's fine. But we know what it that for a lot of us that it did have that T word in it. I recently found a seashell that somebody put another version. There are other versions of the Lord's Prayer out there, and that too. But we know the Bible's changed too, and we know that for us that certainly wasn't there. But for others, there is, and it doesn't mean that word is bad or good or bad or anything in any way. We shouldn't try to overtake somebody's property. And I'm just trying to be nice and not say that actual word, but the TR word. All right. So anyway, this one says, Father, art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Now, I don't know what it is right now, but we know that it changed to in earth, which is definitely wrong. It should be on earth. This one has it right, but I've never heard this until I found this shell. Listen to this. It says, God, give us today our daily bread. It's just hard to read on here. And forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. And lead us not into temptation. But deliver us from evil. So it doesn't even say the T word. It says, forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin. Yeah, so that's a whole nother version, right there, is it not? That most people probably haven't even heard. So, but
when you found that written on there, were you able to trace that back to any version of a Bible that's out there now that actually has that in there? Like, where does that reside right now with the word sin?
Let me see. This one right here. Yeah, I think probably somebody does, but I can't remember. I'll be honest with you. Maybe somebody will look it up real quick, or I'll look in a minute. But I don't know, Brian. That called me right off guard on that. I know
chat can look it up. We have plenty.
But
we have plenty of people in chat that can look it up. Just continue. They'll look.
Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us, and lead us not into temptation. Yeah, and just deliver us from evil. Yeah, so it's swapping that out. But at least it has the on earth. I appreciate that, and not in earth, because I don't live in earth. Do you live in earth? But all right.
No.
All right. No. Somebody might be living in earth, but okay. So let's see that one, and then wineskins, of course, that's huge for me. And it's not so much that it's huge for me, but that one the Lord led me to and said, "Hey, this is not right. It changes the parable. You better say something." And so it's for me. Otherwise, it's not. I mean, bless you. I'm not a wine drinker, or anything. But I do know that the word bottles was not in the Bible, period, anywhere. But there's bottle of milk in there now too. Come on, man. No, I'm sorry. It was not. The word bottles was not in there. So that's that. But that was huge for me. And so there was those two, the Lord's Prayer and the wineskins, and let me think. There was probably a couple more, but anyway, there was a few that I said, okay, it's time to pick up the phone and call Dr. Spence, my hometown pastor, and say what's going on here. I've known him my entire life. Like I said, I was born into Foundations Bible College, and so I knew his dad. His dad was the first pastor, the founder of Foundations, Dr. O.T. Spence, and then so I called his son, Dr. H.T. Spence, because O.T. is gone now. He passed away. And so his son is the president of the college and the pastor of the church. And he went right into this defend mode. Now, grant you, this has been over a year now since I called him, close to 2, maybe, whatever, and complaining about these changes. And so I don't know where he stands right now. And I have even said that I think he does recognize the changes now, and that he's just scared to go up to the pulpit and be like, okay, your Bible is changing supernaturally. Yeah, let's read from it now. People would run out the doors and probably not come back. And I guarantee you that there are pastors out there that are saying the same thing in their minds, that if I come out with this thing, I'm going to look like a fool, and the people are going to run away. And it might not even they might even believe it, but they're going to go, it's going to be mind blowing and they're going to go like, oh my gosh, I can't trust the Bible anymore. I can't trust, the church anymore. Maybe that's why we're at the end of the church age, because we are. I hope that everybody realizes that we're at the end of the church age, and there's many, many, many people that will back me up on that, pastors included, and so, like I said, we're entering a new age, and it's going to be an age of your body is the temple, and people are going to have to they're going to have to use that temple. And then the line changed too. There used to be where 2 or more gather, and now it's changed. Yeah,
2 or 3.
Right. Yeah. But even if
I've got a lot of people on that one, man.
Even if you're down to 1 yourself, you still have God, and you still need to maintain that relationship, with him, that contact with him. And especially if you're in hard times, who doesn't turn to God? Even atheists sometimes will turn to God when they're in trouble, right? They're like, I don't believe in you, but if you're there, yeah, come on, man. Yeah. Oh boy. So I love having that debate with atheists. I love having a debate with atheists. Because I hope to change their minds. Yeah. Sure. My only agenda in doing any of this is to get my testimony out there, and hope and my story, and hopefully people see my passion for the Father and Son and even the Holy Spirit being guiding me. And for those who don't believe in the Holy Spirit, I mean, but you believe in black magic, and you believe in voodoo, and you believe in demons. I mean, like I said, there's an opposite to everything: white, black, night, day, evil, good, so on and so on. I mean, I hope that everybody has those things, fundamentals, those crucial things down, that build from there. And I'm not trying to say that everybody needs church in their life neither. Like I said, I think churches are over with and done, and they should be. But we all have a choice to have a relationship with God, and to be, choice to whether to live our life like Christ did, try to be like him. And none of us will be Christ. None of us will be as good as he was. So, there's that. But we, it does, just because we can't be him doesn't mean we shouldn't try to be like him, in all we do and say, and, whatever. and so there's that. But yeah, my pastor, hometown pastor, just went right into defend the word mode. Like, oh no, I can't talk and say that the Bible's possibly could change. That's bad. I can't agree.
So did you get him on any? Did you get him to fill in any blanks, or did you just tell him, hey, this is it?
Oh, listen, he paused a couple times. He thought about it, because this, I know this is an honest man. I know he's a godly man. I know that he's not right on everything, for sure. I mean, and a lot of people call my hometown church, Foundation Bible College, a cult. They call it a cult. There's a Facebook page dedicated to my hometown church that people feel like it's a cult, and they feel like they've been abused there and stuff. I was never abused there, other than the fact that they spanked me, but public schools spank kids too, so there's that. Now, I never got a spanking in a public school. I only got spanked in Christian school, but like even the bullies I beat up, both of those bullies that I sent to the hospital by ambulance that year, they got when they got out, they got a spanking from the principal for bullying the kid that they bullied. I didn't get no spanking. I did get out a couple days of school suspension, but they didn't. They weren't mad at me, They knew what I did and why I did it, But overall, I'm not a violent person, and I don't want violence in my life, so I really, I'm really sad that we have so much violence in this world, and that things get to that point, But I do love truth. I love being honest. I love. And let me say that too real quick. It's Tommy Tell the Truth to remind me and everybody else that wants to be reminded to tell the truth. That's what it says. Tell the truth. That's there to remind me and everyone. Let's tell the truth, because that's what we have. That's what we love. That's what we want to live by. And I know the truth isn't the same for everybody, but the truths that we agree on, we're passionate about, we should continue to make. So, hey, Nobleness D, good to see you. Yep. So yeah. Let me say this about my hometown pastor. I think since then he does see some of the changes, and I just think he still fears telling the congregation about him, and that makes him even more wrong, in my opinion, too. So I'm not defending him.
I mean, I'm not gonna, the guy personally, I'm not gonna bash him, but when people do that definitely is more wrong. You're leading people astray, and I mean, that's kind of going for the grand delusion, isn't it?
Yeah. It could be. And like even a Happy Feet gal, it just reminded me, Tommy, that pastor has great messages. Yes, he does have some good messages, and I've shared them with my people on my channel, and he knows that the tribulation period is close, but he's been deceived, to a certain amount of, to a certain degree, but we all have. And like I said, so if we weren't deceived even now, to a certain degree, then each one of us would have every answer, but we don't, because we're still being deceived by people. We're still, the truth is still being hidden, and that, so they're lying to us, yeah. So, in that way, they're not being honest, so that we're being deceived, whether we like it or not, that, or want to admit it. We are being deceived because they're not being honest about, what they know. And the elite know, they know, especially the closer they are and more loyal they are to the dark side, they have a lot of answers, and you can get plenty more answers. You can get probably tons more answers about how the universe works, and how this, that, and the other works, and how you can cheat the universe, and if you want to, through sorcery and witchcraft and voodoo magic, and I've heard a message recently of somebody saying that Jesus used voodoo magic to heal people. That's how he healed people. Man, come on now. Jesus didn't need no voodoo magic.
I mean, that's just a complete 180 of what you would want people to think.
Jesus wasn't throwing chicken bones around and going, yeah, okay, come on, man.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sorry. But I'm just I'm amazed at how many people deny the Bible changes. It is the biggest thing for me. Of course, every Mandela effect that change that I'm affected by is huge for me. And I am affected by most of them. Now, there's some that I just, can't recall enough, of course, but you'll never ever convince me that Ed McMahon ever worked for any company other than PHC that, in sweepstakes. And he definitely did deliver the big checks, that is absurd. And everybody I've ever asked, and I like I said, I ask people about Mandela effects every day, every chance I get, and even if it's just one, I ask, people all the time, and nobody has ever said that he didn't work.
AFP.
Yeah. Nobody's ever heard of that company. That's a separate question I ask. Have you ever heard of American Family Publishers? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever heard of PHC? Or Public Clearinghouse of PCA? Yes. And who was their biggest star? Ed McMahon. Who was? Come on, man. It's not rocket science. And so, but there's people that will deny it. Forever, and they either took the update or it just, they didn't see it. And I get that the people overseas just don't know that one, but then you do have the one like you bring up all the time is the Monopoly guy, and I played Monopoly when I was young and old, and I'm good at Monopoly because I do have, like I said, an equivalent to a master's degree in business management. So I always did good on Monopoly, and I know that he had a monocle, and I'd be fine with us changing it to monocle effect or Monopoly effect, or whatever. I almost would welcome anything different than Mandela effect at this point, because
we can't make the same mistake, because if you name it after one effect, that's a mistake. Because then if somebody's not affected by that, they're going to just be turned off, just like the stupid fucking Mandela effect name.
Right.
Yeah.
But and it's not like the words Mandela effect really represent what's going on anyway. I mean, that Mandela effect is so stupid anyway. But
it's wrong for so many reasons. I mean, not just for the idea it's after one effect. It's also named after the toughest type of effect to prove, as if if somebody's dead and then back. And also, it's he's such a polar. And most of us don't even remember that at all. Like the way that with supposedly the Mandela effect, people remember him dying in prison. Most of us actually don't remember that, I think. Or there's at least such a mixture. And then one more thing to throw in there that a lot of people don't mention. Nelson Mandela is a hugely polarizing figure. So that will turn people away right away if they have certain opinions on him.
Yeah. He was not. I'm going to open a can of worms here too. But in my timeline, he was not a good person too. That they've made him out to be now. He wasn't as good. Let's just say that, as they make him out to be. So I don't know. I'm not going to go down that because it's just there's too much to that too. But he was more of a tyrant than a helper. Let's just say that. So he shouldn't have probably been praised at all, and what world leader is good for that matter, really truly good. They're none of them are truly, in it to save you, and they can't save you or us, Trump can't save us from anything. I mean, seriously, dude, seriously. Oh,
that's sad, and I see a lot of truth is that I thought hadn't made a lot of progress, just going backwards with the Trump shit. So a lot of them, man.
And I'm glad that he got in over Hillary. I will say that, because Hillary is definitely evil, and woo, yeah.
Huh.
And I'm sure at some point you looked into the Clintons, didn't you? You went down that rabbit hole, didn't you?
A little bit. I didn't spend too much time looking for the Clinton body count or anything like that. I was not really, not at all really.
Do you remember them being on the show Unsolved Mysteries?
Mm-mm.
Oh wow! Do you know that story? You don't even know that story? Huh?
No, sir.
Oh wow! I watched that episode and I went into research mode right after that and went down that rabbit hole for a long time. Okay, so this is what happened. These kids found they found out that that there was bringing in cocaine into Mena, Arkansas. These two teenagers, they witnessed it, and maybe who knows, maybe they even tried to get some for themselves, But Bill Clinton and his brother and others were bringing it in, a private airstrip, whatever, I don't know, but they were bringing it in the nose of airplanes. All right, so then the two teenagers got discovered that they were on to what the Clintons were doing, and the Clintons had them killed and placed on a railroad track and where the train could run them over, and they even went as far as to say they were smoking weed and just fell asleep on the tracks.
Wow.
And and then this is on Unsolved Mysteries, and they're exposing the Clintons. Yes,
so, that's what I'm going to ask you. Like, what type of spin are they trying to put? Because it's on Unsolved Mysteries. That can't they got to be throwing you somewhere.
Hold on. Yeah. Well, the thing about it was they were also trying to expose a what do you call this? The coroner, the death person. Yeah. For fraud there, because there was cover up there. I think it was it certainly was probably backed by conservatives, but I mean, there's truth to it for sure, to what was going on. I mean, there's no secret that the Clintons were bringing in cocaine, and everything. I mean, there's been a lot from my research and everybody else's research. I mean, the story's real, so it isn't, I mean, yes, it could have been exaggerated a little bit or whatever, but, it was definitely exploited. But I mean, there's definitely something to it, and it's one of those rare moments where the truth was allowed out, or some of the truth was allowed out. That shouldn't shock you. I mean, because they always do sprinkle some of the truth anyway in what they're doing. And it's up to us to find it, see it, and whatever. It's also up to us to see the signs that they're, the signs of what they got coming, brewing, if you will, for the future in those shows and movies, because they have to. It's like the laws of the universe or whatever, that they have to put out there what their plans are, before they do them. So we see that, and that's why so much of the stuff they put in the movies becomes real. Because it's in the works already, or even already out. My nephews, the two nephews I have, their adopted dad was a colonel in the Army. And he was over all the weapons in Afghanistan, over troops in Afghanistan and weapons. And he was a part of a weapons designing team. The government hired him and his team to design new weapons. And some of the weapons that are just coming out today, hand weapons and all the other weapons, him and his team designed. And it's like, even weapons, similar weapons that they showed in Iron Man were weapons he worked on, his team worked on, that they showcased in Iron Man, the movie, this it's big. And then Obama purged out a bunch of military and people in the government that wouldn't go along with his agenda, and that's how he was. And what did he do, Mr. Armstrong, I'll tell you his name. His last name's Armstrong. What did Colonel Military? He went on a bike spreading the gospel, as if he knew time is getting short, and this is in the last 10 years. And so, he knows plenty. And I have gone. I missed a wedding because I couldn't be face to face with this man without asking him the hard questions and trying, whatever it would take to get. And I don't want secrets that could get, what I'm saying? I'm not asking for codes and stuff like that or secrets of war. I want the answers of, what's going on, that he knows about the New World Order takeover and the giants of Kandahar. There definitely were giants. The Bible talks about it. There was, David and Goliath, that situation. There was definitely the fallen angels had sex with the women of earth, and there was giants that were created from that, and they've also done things with DNA. History repeats itself. People think that we didn't have technology in the past. That's hogwash. There was definitely technology in the past, and a lot of it the same stuff we have now. Maybe not, as great or whatever, but very similar. They definitely could do a lot of the stuff they're doing now, maybe even more. So yeah, man, we know, but this is just what we're dealing with, what we're facing. These people are not going away. They want to continue to program and enslave and hide the truth and make up a new reality. That's what they're doing. It's just trying to make a new, even newer world order and reality for us all. And from what I can see, good people, and especially people in our community, and like-minded people to us, don't want to be comply with that new world and that their plans they have coming.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I still want to get back to the effect a little bit, and we talked about the Bible, but I mean,
yeah.
What are some of the other biggest ones for you? I mean, there's got to be some history ones and things like this, right?
Yeah. Let's see. Of course, the Eli Whitney thing. I think that's huge. I think any of them. Black Tom. How about Torpedo Alley? I was born and raised in North Carolina, and I grew up on the Outer Banks and Kitty Hawk, all that area, Hatteras, the islands. Definitely feel like like I said, I was a history nerd and social studies, all that. That was my favorite, and so I feel like I would have known, being a North Carolinian, I would have known that had happened. Torpedo Alley and all that stuff. So it's unbelievable, dude. That it's here now, and we're dealing with it. But the Black Tom and the backstory. Any of them that have a backstory, it's unreal, man.
Yeah, man. The backstories are completely ridiculous in every single case. They don't even it's like they try to not even make sense. Like, we know it doesn't make sense because we know this thing's real and the backstory's BS. But even the way they always describe it, it's like a bunch of shit. It's ridiculous.
Even the Fruit Loops one I just shared the other day about Fruit Loops, it says now that it was FRUIT for the first few years that it came out, but that it was reintroduced in '63 as Fruit Loops with the O's. Bullshit. Come on, man.
That's kind of like how the backstory came in for the cup of noodles. Now they said it did used to be cup of noodles, but it changed way back in '93. But no, in '93 it was still cup of noodles for me, not cup noodles.
Yeah, and obviously it didn't change to OO in '63. For Fruit Loops, I ordered Fruit Loops spelled with UI, so I know that in the '90s it was there as, the correct spelling, So, yeah.
It's crazy. So, I mean, what do you think? I mean, I give my theories all the time on what you know. What do you think's happening as far as the Mandela effect? What do you think?
It's signs, it's lying signs and wonders. You know, it to the fullest. They're lying, about everything, and they're able to change the time, the history. They're changing the past, if you will. They're changing the Bible, and look, it shouldn't be a shock to believe that they changed the Bible if they changed Berenstain Bears. What some people were reading the books and it changed to stain right in front of them. Hello, and the Bible the same way. People were reading it and it changed. So it's mind over matter. Okay, and I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm not saying that you can't achieve many big great things or not great, but huge things, make huge changes using sorcery or witchcraft or help from fallen angels, all kinds of things like that. So what else can it be, Brian, if it's not something supernatural? And so I think people just need to do their own homework, and they'll come to the conclusions like us that it's signs from God, and it's also the other side using it, exploiting it. Because I know that most of the Bible changes seem innocent, but when you change the Lord will thresh to the Lord will beat off just to be nasty, that's not a good change, right?
What verse is that? Where is that?
That one is Isaiah. Yeah, I should have had it pulled up. It is Isaiah. I want to say like 65 or something. We'll find it here for sure. I've shared it many times. Isaiah is very affected for sure.
And what are we talking? We're talking KJV, right?
Of course, yeah.
I put myself on big screen.
But yeah, it might take me a second or two to find it. But I could probably Google it faster because you can
That's fine.
You can just Google the Lord will beat off, and then it'll yeah.
If I just Google the Lord will beat off, you get all types of fucking results.
You'll get the verse. You'll get it right away. Yeah, it's bad, man. I'll just keep glancing right here real quick.
So let me ask you a little more specifically about what you said. So do you think that it's bad people pervert, like the bad side, their pull of it is perverting the Bible?
Yeah, I got it too right here. So go ahead.
Do you think that the bad side is corrupting the Bible, or do you think that God's maybe doing it to say, hey, look at how much ridiculous this is, and he's doing it in the Bible?
Brian, what God is doing is giving them the authority to change the Bible, and then he's saying, hey, he's going, hey, Brian, hey, Tommy, hey, everybody in the chat, hey, everybody in the community, look here, look at this sign. See, they're changing the Bible, they're changing this, they're changing that, and so he's manipulating the situation, that they're putting us in. See, that's where his hand is in it. Brian, he's not changing the Bible. He's allowing them to change it. And then he's saying, hey, look what they're doing, and telling us to tell people, look what they're doing. See, that's the ticket right there, and not that he couldn't change the Bible. Yeah, of course he could, but no, in this case, he's letting them change it. And then showing us, hey, here's your sign of the lying signs and wonders. See, yeah. That's my story. I'm sticking to it on that. There's thousands of them now, man.
Then obviously you would agree with some things I said before, like the 25 Ed McMahon videos inserted into our timeline. That's coming from the dark side, so we don't see the changes, right?
Yeah, God's not going to make those videos,
No.
Yeah,
but that's what I tell people. That has to be something spiritual because AI can't do that. Man can't do that. They can put out hit pieces.
They can use probably AI to help them.
AI is helping them make the backstories and probably
right.
But insertions into the timeline, that has to be something spiritual.
So here we go with dang, I just had it. Okay, yeah. It's Isaiah 27 verse 12, and and above it says Israel regathered, but that's just the heading of it. But for that above that verse, but verse 12 says, "And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall beat off from the channel of the river unto the stream of Egypt." Now, come on, man! I know what it used to say. It used to say he would thresh, and so. But they want it to be nasty, and I'll tell you why I know for sure, because I'm one of those people that when I was a kid I read the Bible looking for anything that didn't make sense, and I went out of my way to look for things, and that's why I stand behind the fact that 2 men in one bed was always in the Bible, and it's not a gay thing. So that one's for me is definitely not an ME, and it's always been in the Bible, and it's just a culture thing. I've seen many people from all over the Middle East and other places, even Asia, that have come to America, and they all live in one room and sleep in one room in one bed and stuff, and it's family and stuff. It's not a gay thing. It's not a it's just that's what they're used to or whatever. They don't have. A lot of places don't have 4 or 5 bedroom houses, and they don't live like we do, all separated and stuff, from each other. I know it sounds like a gay thing or whatever, and it would be if that's what its intent was. But that particular verse to me is not a Mandela effect, and it has always been in there. 2 men in one bed. I'm sorry, but there's others that have been changed to sound, gay, if you will, or whatever, twisted, evil, blasphemous against God, against Jesus. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's. So,
would you say that? Well, then I think I'm kind of asking you obvious questions. I think we're on board here. So you would have to say then the updates that people take are coming from the bad side, right?
Yes, because God doesn't want you to be delusioned or deceived. So,
no. They're trying to make us not see the changes, and
God wants us to see the changes, and He certainly would not want you to buy a lie, which is the update, the version they're trying to swap. So yeah, you want to hang on to the lion will lay down with the lamb, not the wolf will dwell with the lamb. It's ridiculous, dude. And do you know that there's another one too? That's the one I'm thinking is 65 probably, that it has, check this out. Hang on, let me find this. This is Isaiah, and it says, it's right here. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw like the bullock. So this is another change, yes, with the wolf right there in my Bible, and it's 65:25, Isaiah 65:25. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together. Imagine that.
Wow. Tommy, how long do you think the Mandela effect's been going on?
Well, now I've kidded around before and said that it could be possibly gone on forever. But Lindbergh baby was another one, an old one for me. And so, I mean, there's just no telling really. But now I think the Bible changes are new. That's relatively new. And certainly wasn't, I don't think it was changing as early as the Berenstein or something, but they might have tried it out with the Berenstein and then said, oh, well, if we can do the Berensteins, then we can do the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So
what are your opinion on flip-flops, spiritual tug of war?
Something like that. The us pushing back there, let me say this maybe I shouldn't.
Go ahead, man. Say what you want to say, bro. Say it.
Chris Anatra got really aggravated at one point about residue. And so I was immediately told or felt like I was being pushed to say something to him. And I said, I am a residue hunter. And there are, I said, there's many of us or something like that. I said, I will never stop collecting residue, because he was acting like it's a problem for somebody that we're finding this residue. I mean, he literally was saying that in so many words, and he doesn't like that. I guess that I'm telling you, I'll have to go back.
Oh, I'm shocked. Was he wearing his NASA suit that day? Was he wearing his NASA suit
I'm
that day?
serious now. I'm telling you that the Holy Spirit told me to rebuke what he said then, and it was just like he was saying that somebody's not happy about us finding residue, and like they're shocked even that we are. Yeah, I'm telling you now. I'll find it and clip it out and show people. But that really bothered me. Not that the NASA stuff didn't bother me because it really bothered me. But in pushing that. But I went into that conference, and now we're here. But I went into that conference with a total open mind, and you could go back and look at all the hearts and praise and stuff. And I'm like, let's do this, And then it became a shit show. So that's on them. I wasn't the director. I wasn't part of it, and I don't care that I wasn't, because I'm too small for that. But there should have been more of our community involved, and and they should have focused on the Mandela effect, not on anything and everything but that. I still have hope that they will get it right for next year, and even if I don't tune in, but I do appreciate that Jerry noticed their failures and many failures at that, and but I felt like they could have stopped it at any time and about face in it and changed the direction that it was going in, but they failed to do that until the last day. They talked more about the Mandela effect on the last day of the conference than they did the whole week combined. So that should tell you something. But hey, we're not all perfect, but that there was a lot done poorly, and a lot of poor decisions on who would be presenting and what they would be presenting to. So we don't have to stay on.
I mean, Tommy, the biggest thing is, again, they didn't even talk about the Mandela effect. Never mind the topic. They didn't even talk about the Mandela effect. They made a clown show. It was a complete clown show. And they even brought a speaker on to say that the Mandela effect was a mental illness. How much worse can it get than that?
I know. Exactly. Tell me how. You can't much, and so that they might have shot themselves in the foot permanently. I don't know. But, we'll see how it recovers. But, man, it really, really became a shit show pretty quick. And it started out actually as a shit show because of the NASA stuff. You could have that didn't have to be there. You did, yeah, it's, and then you're mocking the Mandela effect with that too, with that little you're mocking the very thing you're having a conference about. Hello.
Calling NASA fakery, time paradox, and all this,
and the neighborhood thing, the mocking, saying it like he did. It's a beautiful day in this, what he say?
Nobody says that. In this galaxy with my star family and all this, but no Mandela effect person is going to say that, is going to come out and say this. They're going to say 100% of them. No real Mandela effect person, in my opinion.
Yep.
Yeah. But I got there was a little mystery that I want to solve for everybody right here. So I got a little surprise for everybody. Right.
All right.
So I was sent the video. Now, just to be clear, I have absolutely nothing to do with this. In fact, I was totally fooled, and I thought that the conference was hacked. Not hacked. I thought that the conference was, they put a, remember when that pig thing came on the screen after that guy, Sean Bond, kept talking and talking and talking.
Listen, cutting out, how many times did they cut that in and out, to make that?
They cut it in and out to that's a distracting hypnotic type of thing. Like all these cuts in the video. Yeah, they just kept cutting everybody's video. Yeah. That was crazy, right?
Yes, indeed.
That dude was the worst. I mean, he was like word salad, new age.
He might as well have said, I've been looking into it for a week. I mean, he should have just been honest. He's probably been looking into it for a week or a month, or when they asked him, he couldn't even tell.
I don't think he looked in for a week, bro. I don't think he ever looked into it. Right. I don't know what you're talking about. You're giving him way too much credit.
Oh God.
Right. But do you remember at the end though, like if he was like, it was going on, and then somebody either hacked in or they put something ridiculous on the screen with the guy in the pig mask.
Yes, that was, and so they there's got to be in there protection from that. I mean, but I guess a real hacker could get in no matter what, huh?
Well,
but yeah, show us what you got, man. It was wild, dude. That was. I kid around and I said, yeah, that's Brian Staveley or that's Moneybags. You know?
No,
yeah,
it's not me. It's not me.
I know.
But the person that did it wants their face to be seen. They want to be known, and they sent me a video. Well, they sent me a video. They sent me a video with themselves taking the mask off. You want to see it?
Yeah. I'm up. I'm up for it. Let's see.
And I was fooled as well. I honestly, and I know this is maybe take another shot at the conference. I thought the conference purposely put this ridiculous character on the screen. I didn't think that they got hacked. You know.
All right, press 1 if you want to see the revealing of the Pigman. Press 1. Press 2. Oh well, we're gonna show it anyway. Oh boy!
I thought they did this, you know, as a lot of us did. So I do have to take that back. They were hacked. Hold on. Tell me if you can hear it when I start it.
Oh yeah, this is.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, multiverse here. Oh yeah, this is proving on a deep, big level the quanta effect of. So like I was going through it was about the same time quantum mechanics. Is there someone in the chat?
I think we need to kick somebody.
It's been taken care of.
Interesting. Anyway, so well, making fun where it can. Okay, so yeah.
Oh shit! Who the heck is that?
It was funny. It wasn't just me. It was Captain Baldy as well.
Wow.
And just for the record, yes, this is a dummy of Scott. You might not have seen much with it yet, but it's funny. It's very funny.
That was awesome, man. Wow. Unreal. Wow.
How was that, huh?
That was amazing. Wow. I hope that's who really was. I guess, I mean,
well, we know who it is. That's Mandela affected.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I'd seen his face before. I just couldn't put it with the YouTube, you know. But wow. I mean, so is he a hacker too? Now I guess we know. What?
Well, he got in.
Yeah, somehow.
Yeah.
There you
go. So let's get back to the other. You want to say anything else about the conference before we maybe move past it?
I mean, we would just go too long. I mean, I did a 9-hour show, you know, after it. If somebody wants to, you know, I ranted a lot. So, I mean, I don't want to rehash it now, but, you know, I'm ready to move on, you know, and I think we would make a way better conference and should. So, you know, maybe that should be a thing, you know, maybe we should work on it. I don't know. Do we need a conference? I don't know. You know,
I honestly, you know, what I was thinking is I could, you know, any one of us could, you know, I could throw something on my channel and get like legit people to come speak. We could just go for a couple of days, have people take an hour or two, and nothing crazy. Just go out there and say whatever you want. Just talk about the Mandela effect, right? But then I'm thinking about it, and it's like, I at least want to wait till the COVID thing's done with. Honestly, I think that's, you know, this is before I try to put together a Mandela effect conference right now. I know that sounds like, oh, he's talking down on the Mandela effect, but there's people walking around with masks on right now. I'm not going to focus on setting up any type of conference.
Yeah.
We don't need a conference really, but it would be cool maybe at some point in a few months or whatever, you know. I mean, I don't want to really, you know, because you organize, I don't know, there's just always going to be characters you don't want involved, and things can go wrong when you get involved with something like that. And I'm not really sure I'm ready to be involved with something like that, you know.
Yeah.
I think what we're doing is fine. What they did was bullshit, absolute shit.
I mean, yeah,
they didn't even really recognize all of us. Yeah. Where were all these people that we all watch? Nobody was on there except for like Moneybags, Eva, you know.
Yeah, and we should definitely talk about the fact that their numbers were pitiful. Their numbers were pitiful. you get more people. Karen does. So many other channels get more people if they go live about the Mandela effect. Whatever. I mean, even Flat Earth. I mean, so it's ridiculous, dude. It's ridiculous that they couldn't even get 200. I don't think at one time. I don't even think they ever hit 200, maybe for a second or something. But a lot of times it was under 100 for most of the presentations. So what does that tell you? They weren't they didn't have all of us interested, and they weren't representing us well. So, it's to me, it's almost like another hit piece on the Mandela effect. And
almost it's like the worst.
It's a crap. They took a piss and a crap on us. Yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, it was overall it was a hit piece, and it could do damage. I think they should take it off YouTube altogether. Let's just say that. Maybe you could cut out the little parts that they did talk about Mandela effect, but all the other stuff, bye, especially NASA. But definitely. Seriously, it doesn't. Because it will only get people, more confused and whatever. If they go seeing that newbies, we better quit. We better talk about something else. Before we get.
Anything else? Anything else Mandela related?
Mandela related. Period, or just the conference?
Yeah.
Okay.
How about geography? How about geography or anatomy or anything like that?
Yeah. I mean, I know that our bodies have changed, and I know that the land masses have changed. Definitely, man. I know Cuba wasn't as big as it is and as close it is. But what can we do? I mean, we just got to keep telling people that these changes are real and they're expanding. It's in a lot of cases, and it seems like you can't really get to somebody until they have a personal, Mandela effect, or they see, enough of them, they're affected by enough of them, to really pay attention to, that there's a bigger thing here. It's not just the changes. It's like, what's coming with them? What's the agenda behind it? We're trying to put that big puzzle together, the overall, thing. And we're not trying to lead anybody down other paths of, I don't know, all these other things, man. So that's where the difference between us and them. We would have stayed focused on the Mandela effect, and
yeah. I mean, to go out there with this whole NASA thing, that would be like if I went out there and I just talked about flat Earth the whole time. I wouldn't even do that at all. I'd go out there and I would talk about the fucking Mandela effect at the Mandela Effect conference, and everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Maybe these people are afraid I would slip something in or something. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't want anybody real there. I'm not saying Moneybags and Eva and a couple people aren't real. I'm just saying maybe they.
Yeah, I'm sure you could have talked about lots of things for an hour or two or whatever, but it wouldn't have been a Mandela effect, and it wouldn't have made sense then because it's not Mandela effect, just like all the.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I would have went there, had plenty of Mandela effect talk about it. Here's the thing, though, and then people just kept asking them why I wasn't there. I didn't put them up to it. They just kept doing it. They kept coming in, and they said I was asked. They lied to them and said that I was asked and that I declined. Well, that's making me look like an asshole. I wouldn't have declined. Now, if there's a next one, of course I'm going to decline, but I wouldn't have declined this. I would have easily done it, There's a lot of people that should have been on there, probably before me, because they've been around longer than me, But none of them were really invited, at least as far as I know.
Yeah. Do you want to let me screen share so I can share some of this new residue that I found?
Yeah, dude. Take the whole screen, whatever you want.
Okay.
Let me get this banner out of here.
Okay. I guess we should be screen sharing then, right? Yep. Okay, so let's see where we're gonna start here. Right here. How about this Haas avocado? Right? We all know this one, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Not only did I work in the grocery business for a little while, I worked in the produce industry, and there is a huge produce company here that is like, it's so big they've got a freezer that is as big as a football field in it, you know, and they've got, I mean, they take produce in, bulk produce, and they slice it down and can it and all this kind of stuff too. I mean, they dice it and slice it and all, you know, salads and, man, I mean, they do, you know, everything they're produce related, and they also deliver produce and produce products out to the surrounding area around here. Anyway, so it was HAAS, avocado, and that is you know, a big Mandela effect for a lot of people. The change. Now, if you look at the history of Haas, it was somebody's last name, and now it's changed. You know, of course, the person's last name's changed too, and it was a California thing. You know, family, and there's still a mother tree, I guess, one of the original Haas avocado mother trees still in California living or whatever. You know, you can look at all that history and stuff. Anyway, so most of us know it as HAAS. And so I put that in the Internet Archive, Wayback Machine. And under text contents, this is what we find here. Plenty of evidence, plenty of HAAS and cookbooks and produce books, you know, related produce books. Every one of these that I'm scrolling on now, they're all talking about Haas avocados, HAAS, not HAS, you know, like it is now, HAS.
It's so ridiculous now.
Yeah. So, you know, and it just goes on and on and on. There's tons of them, trust me. So here's one I just pulled up just to show you in a book. Okay, this is a real book. And you can see all these little blue marks. That's where it's showing you avocado, Haas avocado, the correct spelling in it, you know, and it's in each one of these pages, you know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, see, Haas avocado, and every page, you know, that they talk about. See right up here, see it shows you right there. There it is, ingredient, 1/4 medium Haas avocado cubed. And so there's tons of these. It's good residue. Here's one, the Aikens summer diet. The same thing throughout the book. It is Haas with the HAAS.
So if you click those blue markers, will it flip the page for you right to where you need to go?
Here. I'll do it right here. Sure, right here, and I'll find it to show you right there. Like it's highlighted too.
Oh yeah, I like that.
It's already highlighted. You just zoom in and you pull it over, and it'll be there right here. Haas avocado, 1 Haas avocado, peeled, seeded, and cut into. Now you know that people check these books. You have editors. You know they're not going to put the wrong word in here. And if you look at any other ingredients, Heinz or whatever, they're all correct. You know, so it's not about they just misspelled it. You know, I'm sorry, it's not. I'm telling you from working in the produce industry, it definitely was HAAS, and now it has changed to ASSS. Okay, so anyway, I could go through this for days and show you all these, you know, books, cookbooks and stuff. We're not going to do that, you know. I always show a couple at least, but all right, so there's that. I'm going to move on. Hopefully that closed out. Okay, and then more windows over here. We're moving on to Looney Tunes. I did the same thing. We're right here at Internet Archive, and I put in for video this time, and that's Looney Tunes spelled LOONEYTOONS, right? Like we remember. Some people might remember it Looney without the E, but that's a different, you know, thing there. But see here, these are transcripts for all of these videos. Now, obviously, if we click on them and watch them, they're going to say Looney Tunes, and you can't tell the spelling. But every one of these people, and these are different, you know, television networks and whatnot. Every single person that put the transcripts in here, you know, remembered Looney like we see it. So you got Looney Tunes, you know, properly spelled, you know, not TUNE, you know, tunes. So all of these, you know. All right, and so then we go to the next thing here. This is Looney Tunes Window 95 icons. See, they're spelled right. See, this person, this remembers Looney Tunes spelled correctly.
Yep.
You see that? Okay.
Yep,
I'm
I
gonna
see.
move on. Here is Looney Tunes with sub as a subject matter under metadata. And metadata. Here is a bunch of them that have Looney Tunes in them spelled correctly. All of these are based on Looney Tunes. All right, and then so you go over here to this one, Bars and Stripes. See, Looney Tunes spelled correctly. This is from 1939. Now, I wish I could say that it says Looney Tunes in here.
Ooh, getting late.
But it doesn't, or it doesn't spell it out, for us. Here it is written out here on this screensaver. Somebody went out of their way to make a screensaver for people to download, and it's from 1999. And you see Tunes spelled correctly on it. I'll zoom in if I need to.
We can see that. That's pretty big.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Designed with Active Screensaver Builder. And that was in 1999. So that isn't somebody in the Mandela Effect going, recently and making that. So that's all I want. Why I showed you that one is it's from 1999, not from, 2019 or 18 or 15 or whatever. Somebody made that in 1999 and spelled it right. See, that's all I'm saying. All right. So we have this one, Looney Tunes here. It's California Arts Council's state agency. So they spelled it correctly, a state agency. Here we have a group that likes to do commentary on Looney Tunes, and they spelled it correctly here. It's a podcast of commentary on Looney Tunes. And then you have Looney Tunes, Cats and Bruises. And this is put out by Warner Brothers. Do you see that? Look what Warner Brothers spelled it.
Yep.
Imagine
that.
By Warner Brothers. Yeah. Looney Tunes.
Spelled their own thing wrong, their own product.
And you see it, it's there's the link for it. Oh no, it does say Looney Tunes right there.
Yeah. Well, you know what happens? You know why, Tommy? What I found out for a lot of things. So what the Looney Tunes is what they put in, and that's in like regular HTML text in the website. But the other thing's a hyperlink. The hyperlinks usually seem to always change to the new reality, no matter what you're looking at for residue.
You're right. It does. Yeah. I've found that many times over. There's a leave for you. Prop 19 and other Looney Tunes. See that there? Yeah. And by Chef 2420. But this is somebody that has their own, little thing going here. Prop 19 did not pass California. This is from 2010, as well as similar legislation, Stop the Madness. And I guess he likes Looney Tunes. Talks about Looney Tunes. All right. So then you have Looney Tunes again here, spelled Looney Tunes that way, and then right next to it, Looney Tunes, the sheepest wolf. Look at it though, the sheepest wolf. Isn't that something? Yeah. Wolf, sheepest wolf. Yeah. And this was put out. I can't see it. Just says under cartoon.
And you know one thing I forgot to mention about the conference, and I totally forgot. So the woman that was pushing that we had a mental illness for the Mandela Effect. Her nickname is the Wolf.
Oh wow.
It's in like the title over a book or something, or it's at the top of her about me section. Yeah, she calls herself the Wolf. I was like, perfect. You are the Wolf, bitch.
You already got Jerry with Dark Wolf, and then you're gonna throw in another one.
Man.
Here, look at this one on YouTube. Looney Tunes and Looney Tunes right next to it. See there? Yeah. And it's that cheapest wolf episode again.
Now, you think that guy? Because look at the way he titled that. You think he saw that there was an issue and he remembered it the old way? He's kind of confused and doesn't know what the Mandela Effect is.
Well,
that's what I would gather about
parentheses. You see which one he's got in parentheses there. So yeah, they're telling. But it's interesting. This is a cartoon channel. He's only got 73 subscribers. But anyway, this was 2017 too. So. Stupid bugs. All right. So that was that one. Let's see if we saw that and that. All right. So we'll move on to the next stuff here. Isaiah. Speaking of Isaiah, Here is Isaiah 11:6, and I found this commentary here. Let's see. The lion, see here, 11:6, the lion shall. Yep. So that one says the lion right here. Isaiah 11:6, the lion shall lie down with the lamb.
Yep.
Bam. That's from 2016. But then the next one, of course, you have the wolf shall dwell. But you know,
what's the date? It's like 2019, 2018.
2018.
Right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's new.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, it's almost every time. Almost every time. Yep.
Yeah, and so you know, I like to look. I like to look at as for many ways as I can. You know,
because we do have the ones that will like it'll really go back, but often when you're hunting for residue, you can kind of really nail down when the change was pretty good.
All right, so this one, let's see, right here, yeah, okay. What does the lion? It says, "What does the lion shall lie down with the lamb mean?" Okay, what does the lion shall lie down with the lamb mean? And here you go. Originally answered, what does it mean for the lion to lie down with the lamb? It is a metaphor. The lion and the lamb represent classes of people with the meaning that there will be no predators and the powerful will live and share with the weak. So see, they're not talking about a wolf. You know, they're talking about when it was the lion will lay down with the lamb. And let's see, that one there is with the wolf. And the wolf. Let's see. Here you down here, related searches, Isaiah 11:6, lion and lamb. Anyway, so that was just commentary. See, I didn't even Google lion and lamb. I brought it up just to be, you know, fair and neutral. And you see it came up, you know, right there, right away, obviously, with the lion and the lamb. And then you go over here. Like I said, you saw that. I thought I had some more on the lion and lamb. We'll see here in a minute. All right. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Oh, no, this is Genesis. Okay, so Genesis 1 changed. Genesis 1:1 changed. It was God created the heavens and the earth, and now it's God created the heaven and the earth, and that is not right. You know, I had my Bible open because I had found a good passage I wanted to share earlier, but on that. But so right here, let's see. One of these will say it. In the beginning, right? Yeah, this is NIV version, but still, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So see, you have another version that still has it right. You know, heavens and the earth, and so, and I grew up.
But how long till that incrementally changes? You think? I mean, you know.
Yeah, you know, yeah, you're right. It could change, but even if it doesn't, I know that my King James version used to say heavens and the earth. That's what I'm used to. You know, I didn't. You know, I'm not mistaking the other translation. You know.
No.
Yeah.
Not at
all
all.
right. So let's see if there was any more on this one. Yeah, here's another one. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Yep. And then the next one, God creates heaven and earth. It just doesn't even sound right. We all know there's multiple layers of heaven, and it's heavens, you know. All right, so then we go over here, and this is heavens. Check this out. This is a backstory, Brian. This is like another backstory. Here we go. And this is 2014 too. So, but it says heaven or heavens in Genesis 1:1, and it says, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. It says the King James Council chose the singular word heaven to translate from the Hebrew, whatever that is, the Hebrew word for heaven, and
what reason?
Hold on, and it's translated 420 times in the Bible. 420 exactly. All right, and it says over half of the verses were translated heaven. About a fourth of the verses were used plural heavens. But that's crap. I mean, I know that it says heavens in the Bible still, but it was definitely God created the heavens, not heaven. So you can tell me whatever you want with that. That's what it's doing. It's creating a backstory saying, oh yeah, but it really was always heaven. No, sorry. Why did the translators prefer the singular rather than the plural in Genesis 1? It's referring to the physical creation, and the physical heaven is being referred to in verse 1. On the first day of the creation, there was earth and there was heaven around it. Some prefer to interpret Genesis 1:1 as meaning the heavens to include the three heavens mentioned by Paul in 2 Corinthians. The second heaven was not created until day 2 with the firmament. See, they're even going to throw in that it was on day 2 that the firmament was created. With the verse 1 is thought by some to be a summarization of the creation week. I mean, so they go out of their way, dude, to try and make sense that it's heavens instead of heaven.
Backstories are so crazy.
Yeah, dude. I called my sister. Well, I had my sister call my older sister, and her husband is a Bible scholar and probably was a pastor at one time too. Both of them said right out with no hesitation, we just said simply, what is Genesis 1:1? And they said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And that's what everybody knows it says pretty much, So it's just, it's ridiculous, dude. It's the twilight zone of this that we live in. All right. So I have this one real quick. It's Torpedo Alley. I was going to share some of this.
I love this one. I love this one.
I mean, I was going to share a video just to show people what it is about. Let me see if I got that one here or not. This is the News and Observer, and it says tragedies to treasures, what unsunken U-boats teach about humanity. And this was in 2016. First look at the World War II shipwrecks off of North Carolina coast. Okay, and and just give the brief discussion. NOAA and its research partners are surveying for the first time since they sank more than 70 years ago the remains of 2 ships that were involved in the convoy battle off North Carolina during World War II by John McCord, UNC Coastal Studies Institute, NOAA, Battle of the Atlantic Expedition. So, we could just listen to the article real quick, I guess. Let's see. Oh, it's not playing, though. Huh. Maybe we can't.
Tragedies to treasures, what sunken U-boats teach about humanity. Recent pictures of the wreck of U-576, taken a couple of weeks ago, more than 700 feet beneath the surface of the Atlantic, bring home the lessons available in North Carolina's coastal waters. On July 15, 1942, U-576 sank the freighter Bluefields, part of a convoy, before she was sunk by depth charges fired by the convoy's escort. Both ships rest on the sand about 30 miles from Cape Hatteras. On August 20, a submersible exploration of the site, sponsored in part by UNC's Coastal Studies Institute, brought the submarine into view for the first time since its sinking. One of the questions the investigators sought to answer was what had happened to the crew. All were known to be lost, but only when they saw the hatches.
Just a quick word from our sponsor.
Oh God.
Announcing MPN out loud.
Okay,
A podcast.
Brief. But anyway, this other one is even better if I can find which one I.
Yeah. Real quick, I mean, for the people that don't know, I can tell them real quick because now there's this other attack. 5,000 Americans dead just a few hundred feet, like off the coast of North Carolina. And there was supposedly like 400 to 500 ships that we lost versus only like 8 of their U-boats, the German U-boats that took our ships down. And then, people will say, oh, that's just a Wikipedia story, Brian. That never happened. You always say these events are fake. In my Torpedo Alley video, I showed video of scuba divers going down there like 8 years ago into the wreckage. It's really down in the bottom of the ocean. But go ahead, Tommy.
Yeah. All right. And so, and to take it a step further, now there's even a backstory that says one of the U-boats, they went right up to near one of the bases and docked and went in and talked to the base people and stuff, Germans. Yeah. Imagine that.
What?
All right. Yeah, you didn't know about that one? I thought you did.
No, and did you see?
I sent an article to you one time about it, and you were going to look into it, but you
I must have missed it. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a whole story. Yeah, if I could find it, we could talk about it. But anyway, here let's look at this one. I think this is the one that I watched. I didn't watch that other one or listen to that other article, but I know there was one that just was. Man, don't tell me that's the same. That is the same story. So there must have been another one I clicked on. Hang on, bear with me here. Let me just see. Because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm not seeing another one that I clicked on. All right, but anyway, so like I said, I'm from North Carolina, and I spent a lot of time in the Atlantic, up and down the East Coast for that matter. But I know, and I was a history buff. I know that we would have been told about this stuff. People would have definitely known. And there are retired Coast Guard. Okay, they're saying the Coast Guard is the ones that were fighting the U-boats.
Yeah,
not our military, the Coast Guard.
Yeah.
and the civilian air patrol too.
Yeah.
Have you heard of them, Cap?
Yeah.
Yeah. Civilian air was they came about because of these U-boats, because of Torpedo Alley. So that's a whole other thing that was it came out of nowhere, is this air patrol, civilian air patrol, and its story in part in the Torpedo Alley. Oh my goodness. So, yeah,
you did see the plot for the new Tom Hanks movie yet, right?
Oh gosh, what is it now? No.
Oh, Tom Hanks is the hero that's fighting against the U-boats in the Battle of the Atlantic. Except it doesn't. It looks like it's a little bit more out in the water, so I'm not going to say it is a Torpedo Alley movie. But he's the hero against the German U-boats in the Battle of the Atlantic. The biggest battle of World War II, they say now, was fought in the Northern Atlantic. Just in case you guys didn't know. Tom Hanks' plot to his new movies, he's the hero. I won't be surprised if Sinbad the dog, who we know is the hero of this thing, is on his boat and he's the guy with the dog. I won't be surprised.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it? Look how much. Come on, man. Tommy Corona, Tommy Flores, Tommy every Mandela effect.
Yeah, man.
This guy needs to die, dude.
All right, so over here, definitely. Over here, I put in Bible Mandela effect scripture changes in Google, and this is the first one that came out. The latest changes. Bill Bean, are you familiar with him? Bill Bean Ministries.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we'll go over here and pick at his. Here it is. Bill Bean Ministries, and here's his thing on the Mandela effect. Of course, he starts out with the Mandela story. We can just skip that right over that because everybody knows, what they say how the Mandela effect came. Mandela story.
Fiona Broom, Nelson Mandela dying in prison, blah blah blah. Berenstain.
Okay. So this is about me too, I would say then, or somewhere shortly after that. In 2012, it was discovered that the spelling of Berenstain Bears had changed to Berenstain Bears. Once again, in my best recollection, I do recall it being Berenstain Bears. And then it says psychologists describe the disconnect between our memories and realities as confabulation. The term describes a disturbance of memory which can result in the production of fabricated or interpreted memories, even despite the contradictory evidence. It may not even be intentionally happening and can be related to brain damage. Now, that's what psychologists say. He's not saying that. All right, we've heard that plenty. So, based on the description of confabulation, how could thousands of people from around the world suddenly have misinterpreted memories or brain damage at the same time? Certainly, it doesn't sound right to me. Yes, of course. I recall hearing about the Mandela effect around 2015, but and the same for me. And I shared my first Mandela. I shared the first article on the Mandela effect in 2016. But that person who I got it from has since deleted the video, and I don't think he even subscribes to Mandela effect. But that's his thing. And anyway, so so it says I recall the Mandela effect coming in around 2015, but had zero interest in it because my hectic schedule. And that's kind of me too, a little bit. Maybe a little more interested than he. I have been traveling nonstop all over America for the last 3 years and have very little time for it. All right. Anyway, a friend of hers from Scotland sent her a video. Her name was Sophia, and she asked if I had seen or heard about the Mandela effect. She then asked asked me to watch the video because not only was it showing world changes, but Bible scripture changes as well. That sounded so preposterous to me that I wanted to totally ignore and dismiss it right away, and then right then and there. Yet as I started to delete the video, I felt an urging in my spirit from God to watch it, and that's me too. I felt it, a spirit, the same urging to myself to keep going down these. So then he brings up the wolf and Isaiah 11:6, and he goes on to talk about other ones, the Lord's Prayer, of course. His breasts are full of milk now. Job 21:24. There's so many on here, I think, too. So this is a good article for people to read if you have never read it. Then he goes, let's see, Genesis 3:15, Romans 16:20. There's so many of them. Genesis 4:14, on earth changed to in earth. There's your in earth one. Abraham 20. Genesis 21:14 again, the bottle of water, and there's one with bottle of milk now. So butler in Genesis 41. There's a butler now. Genesis 49:14. You got couch was originally bed. Yep. You got couch in there. Exodus 13:12 is matrix. It used to be womb. Exactly. You got Leviticus 21:20, a dwarf in there now. Was crook. The word was crookback, or hunchback, even if you will. Numbers 11:12. Let's see. It says nursing was originally nursing a woman, not father. As it says, nursing father instead of nursing woman.
Insane.
Yeah, Numbers 23:22. God brought them out of Egypt. He hath, as it were, the strength of a unicorn. Nope, that wasn't in there. Unicorn. Ruth 4:4 was tell thee, and it says advertise now. Come on, man. Who would believe that advertise was in the Bible? Seriously. And yeah, they want the link to this. We'll get it somehow over there to you. It's just beanbiblechanges.com. Bean Bible Changes, all one word.com. Anyway, so then you have on and on. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them that people don't even know, that we don't even hardly talk about. It just goes on and on and on and on. Mufflers, we know that one, of course. Originally was veils. What is that whistle one? The Lord shall hiss. Yeah, the Lord will whistle, not hiss like a snake. I tell you, dude, it's just unbelievable. On and on and on. Just going down.
So many, man. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of them, man. I'm just Okay. Now he's saying this about the two men in one bed. Luke 17:34. I tell you, in that night there will be two men in one bed. Then one shall be taken, and one other shall be left. And he says it really originally says one man and one woman in the bed, but now says two men. No, I don't agree with that. I'm telling you, see, people just don't realize that it's different culture thing, man. These people weren't laying next to each other and having sex. They were family. They were just sleeping, resting, man. It's not anyway. All right. You can believe what you want on that one. For me, it was always two men, and it wasn't a homosexual thing. All right. Rumors and just on and on and on and on and on and on. He's even got some regular. Oh yeah, there's Cliff Notes is now Cliff's Notes.
I love that one.
Yeah, that's definitely personal for me too. Gandhi or whatever that one. Mr. Olympia. Franco Colombo is now Franco Colombo. Yeah, Wizard Laws. Scarecrow has a silver gun, and the Tin Man's head funnel has a handle. The Mr. Rogers song, obviously we know that one. The Neighborhood, Berenstein Bears, Karate Kid's bandana changed from orange and white to the Japanese rising sun. Changed to the now blue and white or whatever. I Love Lucy. You've got Lucy. You've got some explaining to do. Yep. Burns and Allen. Say goodnight, Gracie. I guess that just says say goodnight now. Wow. Beat Me Up, Scotty. The Interview with the Vampire. Interview with the Vampire now. Sex in the City was definitely Sex in the City, not Sex and the City.
Yeah.
Crocodile Dundee. Yes, that's not a knife. This is a knife. Is now that's not a knife. That's a knife.
Yep.
Yeah. That one I know for well. Snow White, Field of Dreams, Forrest Gump, Jaws, Star Wars, Looney Tunes, Monopoly Man.
Yeah.
The word judgment spelled without the E.
Yeah.
Johnny Walker, spelling different. Absolute Vodka, J.C. Penney, Home Depot is now the Home Depot. All these register with me. The Pins, it was the Pins, now it's the Pin. Victoria's Secret, all these for Febreze, Whiteout, Chick-fil-A, definitely Chick-fil-A is a personal one for me. I used to eat Chick-fil-A every day before they had the K. I said that's a lyric I came up with, but it's also true. Skechers, yeah, man. Ed McMahon, yep. Smithsonian Institute, I have resident videos for that.
I got one too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see, DEA Enforcement Agency. Yep. I like to call it the Drug Entrapment Agency now.
Yeah.
The painting there. How
which one is that?
The
Is that the Sistine Chapel one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Hand of God. I get you.
And other stuff. Yeah. There's other changes. Chronicles 26:15, and he made in Jerusalem engines. Yeah.
What? I never heard that one yet.
Yeah, you didn't know engines was in there now?
Oh no, I didn't know. I don't think they did.
Yeah, like motors, car engines. Yeah. Invented by cunning men to be on the towers and upon the bulwarks to shoot arrows and great stones. Yeah, that's all changed, that whole word there. And he made devices in Jerusalem invented by skillful men to be on towers and corners. See, they changed it. That's the change right there. That's what it used to be on the bottom, and in the red is what it says now. So, and that's the end of that one. So, yeah, hold on to that and try and share it when I can in the chat. Here is Geek Insider, the Mandela Effect, and the Bible, the bad changes to the good book. Okay, it's this is an article by Matthew Harris, and it was November 13th, 2019. I'll just run through it real quick. I grew up in the heart of the Bible Belt. I did too, where churches are spaced out about 3 blocks apart, and supper almost always begins with saying grace. For the most of my youth, I attended both Sunday school and vacation Bible school, and that's me too. At a local Baptist church, and even my Boy Scouts meetings. I was a Boy Scout too. While I am certainly no Bible thumper, it has been a while since I've cracked open my copy of the good book. That's not me. My youth was spent memorizing certain passages from it. I did that. Vacation Bible school, we were given. We were even rewarded for our memorization. Yes, we used the New King James Version. I used only the King James Version, but I have studied all kinds of other Bibles too. And especially since the Mandela Effect too. But before that too, because it seems that the Bible has fallen victim to the infamous Mandela Effect. And certain passages and words are not the way that many of us remember. Not new additions, not different translations or whatever new additions. Not differences between the various translations. and versions of what I just said, actual changes that have left many slap-jawed in disbelief as they grab their family Bible for confirmation, which they read from for years and even generations, only to find their copy has somehow inexplicably changed. If you been down the Mandela effect rabbit hole for a while, you're likely to have seen and heard about all these. I don't think I am revealing any actual new ones, but often but you haven't heard about these changes. If you haven't heard about these changes, you will have more of a passing familiarity with the Bible. I do warn you, the group of MEs can be a bit disturbing. Where to start? This is one ME area that usually surprises me for several reasons. First, I think this should be opening for eyes to more eyes to the effect. With many eyes there are that are on these words each and every week, these discoveries should be sending shockwaves through the numerous religious communities, and they're not. That's the thing. Everybody should be talking about it, and these pastors that don't bring it up in their churches are just doing more harm than good. Even my hometown church.
Yeah, man, and there's some that are vehemently attacking it.
And we're just going to skip down, and he's got number one, Isaiah 11:6, number one for most people. Okay, this should be an easy one. Which animal lies down with the lamb in Isaiah 6? And there it is. Then there was the lion, and so and then he shows you pictures here. The lion shall lie down with the lamb, right here, and shall lead them. Isaiah
so much. I mean, the amount of residue for this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and we've seen probably most of this. There's a statue. There's a thing. Even my sister has a painting with it too. So it was easy for her to know. But so yeah, and here's all the ones with wolf now: the King James, the New American Standard, the English Standard, the New Living.
There's none left.
Yeah, you're right on that one. There probably isn't. And then you have the Lord's Prayer. The Lord's Prayer. The what's this? The last meal, wasn't it? Or no. This is just showing them just talking. Yeah, but we know there's ones with the last meal though too, the Last Supper. All right, but yeah, and so it talks about that the Lord's Prayer, which we've talked about already. Ooh, now there it is, New Living Translation, and forgive us our sins as we forgive, as we have forgiven those who sin against us. Yeah, so there's where that version, that's where that version came from on the seashell. So, yep. All right.
Yeah, I've never heard that. I've never heard that one. Looking for look at all the other versions, like on Bible Hub or wherever, to look at the Lord's Prayer. I've never seen that one pop up.
Okay. God's name he's talking about there. Let's see. All right, we'll move on from that one. Lying Wonders of the Mandela Effect. Lying Wonders. The Flat Earth Doctrine. Nathan's blog.
Nathan Roberts put out a hit piece on the Mandela Effect. Is that what you're showing me right now?
September 29th, 2019. Yes, he did.
God. Oh, God. You got to send me this one.
Now the video must be gone or public or private, but here it goes. Several weeks ago, this is him. Several weeks ago, I did my first video specifically on the Mandela Effect, titled Mandela Effect, Quantum Effects. Let's talk about it. This was a follow-up to that video, and likely will be my final response regarding the topic. And it says, which is also referred to as quantum effects or quantum changes. For those who commented on that video, it says 57% range from belief that the Mandela effect might be true to an even more certain belief that the Mandela effect is truer and more infallible than the scriptures themselves, while 43% believe Mandela effect is false. Deception concocted through mind control tactics. And for anyone who comes out of the mind control, spinning ball, deception, it should not be that difficult to see how plausible Mandela effect could be just that, mind control. In fact, I've created a YouTube playlist about mind control. It's real, and I guess that's still there. And would like to challenge all, and more specifically those who are entertaining Mandela effect as being true, to watch the playlist and reconsider their position and stance on Mandela effect. Yeah, remember when I brought him to y'all's attention, Nathan? On your Facebook, remember
about this?
Wasn't that? Well, no, about his talking about the Mandela effect. What?
Yeah, I don't remember. All I remember is him trashing a whole bunch of people, honestly. But I don't remember him talking about the Mandela effect.
I thought he did too. All right. Well, anyway, regardless, this is his stance now. So it says, in any case, I first heard about the Mandela effect, in particular supernatural Bible changes, from a fellow Christian friend. As a result, I began investigating on and off the claims of Mandela effects for about over a year. My intrigue and of this topic was driven by my desire not to be deceived or caught off guard by these possible supernatural changes. During my investigation of the Mandela effects, I have learned from many well-meaning Christians that even through the alleged supernatural Bible changes even though the alleged supernatural Bible changes may not be used to undermine the number one true gospel of Jesus Christ, the clear implication is that it will at some point in time. Unfortunately, I believe the core premise of the Mandela effect, whether or not the Mandela effect proponents acknowledge it, negates and destroys 2 Timothy 3:15 through 17, 3:15 through 17, by claiming that at some point in time if it hasn't already happened, that the scriptures will no longer be able to make the wise unto salvation through the faith which is in Jesus Christ, and no longer be inspired by God, and no longer profitable for doctrine, reproof, correction, or instruction in righteousness. And the man of God can no longer be perfect, thoroughly furnished unto all the good works. See, he's putting too much faith into matter, into a book that was made by man, and we've seen it with the Berenstain Bears already, like we've said. So it can definitely be changed, and has been. And he's just totally denying it. He's under delusion. Mandela effect proponents commonly use two scriptures, which may or may not be trustworthy per their own belief, in order to make their case, which they are preaching is in fact sound doctrine. The first scripture.
No, Mr. Flat Earth Doctrine himself, Nathan Roberts here, does he know that planets is in his Bible? Because I'll come right at him.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, see, how can he deny that there has a change? Then how can, if he agrees that planets wasn't in there, but he'll probably say, yeah, it was always in there. I don't know, to defend himself.
You gotta try and I was gonna say try and get him in a live conversation. I don't want to talk to that guy. I'm all set.
Right. The first scripture that comes to mind, he says, is Amos 8:11. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord God, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor a thirst of water, but of hearing the words of the Lord. The implication by proponents of the supernatural Bible changes is that this prophecy is being fulfilled by the supernatural Bible changes, therefore causing people to not want to read the scriptures because they are no longer trustworthy. I mean, hey, that may happen, but true seekers of the truth and of what the Bible stands for are not going to just give up, I don't think, on their quest for knowing. And so, yeah, it could become like the Book of Eli, and we not have the Bible anymore, that's the way that it's going to become like the Book of Eli, is that it's destroying the goodness of the Bible. And who knows if there's enough time left, it could be enough changes in the Bible to where, people won't want to read it anymore. But that's still okay too, because you're not supposed to rely on a book. You're supposed to rely on your relationship with God, and know in your heart that
this goes back to the same old thing that they always do. The word of God can't change. That's where he's coming from,
Yeah, but but
I know.
Okay,
That's not the case.
all right, let's just say, but they did change it without even supernaturally doing it. They left out books. How about that, smarty pants? The jerk. Does he realize that they left out real good books? Credible books, numbers of them. So I mean that's changing the word right there. And it says also, you'd be damned, that whoever add or take away from this book. So, I mean, I'm certainly not trying to add or take away from the book or the word, and risk, being wrong or whatever. I'm just showing what I have seen with my own eyes and know to be true from reading the Bible, knowing the Bible. Okay. So anyway, yeah, moving on here. The next scripture he says is, even him who is concerning is after the working of Satan with all powers and signs and lying wonders. And he says the focus by proponents on supernatural changes is placed on Satan with all the power and signs and lying wonders. Now we know that there are certain powers which Satan is unable to possess. For instance, Satan is unable to forgive sin. Say if Satan doesn't possess all powers, then what kind of powers are being referred to when continuing on with the verse that states that Satan will be able to show signs and lying wonders? See, in the end times, yes, Satan is given authority to change times and laws, which is physics, which is which is mind over matter, all this stuff. So he is right now able to change the Bible where he couldn't before. But he is now. He couldn't do it supernaturally before, but somebody, and it might not even be Satan himself, but it's people loyal to Satan too that are, possibly, using the craft to make these changes come about for their own, agendas. But otherwise, Satan does. You better believe he has the power to do lots of things right now in this end times. He's being kicked out of heaven, and God has given him and the Antichrist the authority to make war with us. Yes, us, everybody, but us for sure. So, oh dear, let's see. It just keeps on. Let's see. To believe and promote the Mandela effect, supernatural Bible changes can only have one end result: an eventual denial of Jesus Christ. And I rebuke that and say no, that's bullcrap. And it says it. And if this hasn't occurred by those who are hasn't occurred yet by those promoting it, it will most certainly have the effect on others and will cause them to lose faith. I hope and pray that those who call themselves Christians and promote this idea of supernatural Bible changes will seriously weigh the impact this is having on those who are listening to them now, and to those who it will spread in the future. Yeah, he's going to regret this. I really think so, because I know we're on the right side, and we're calling it like we see it, and I believe it is we're meant to. So, what a shame! What a shame, man. There it is. Yep.
I'm not surprised at all, though. Honestly, not one bit. That guy.
Yep. Oh boy, this is his site here. I'm just showing you his site. Oh yeah. Here we go. He says, what does it say? Isaiah 40:22 says, "The earth is a ball." It says, "Has a well-intentioned flat earther ever told you that the Bible says the earth is flat?" Crazy, right? And then let's see. Let's see what he has to say. Come on, what is going on?
Look off some of the beads. It's not wanting us to be able to continue reading. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Isaiah 40:22 says, "The earth is a ball." Duh. And this is by Nathan Roberts. Has a well-intentioned flat earther ever told you that the Bible says the earth is flat? The question mark. Crazy, right? And you were like, no, it does not. The earth is not flat. In fact, it is. In fact, Isaiah 42 says the earth is a circle, which means the earth is a sphere, and that when being described by someone looking down upon it from high perspective would naturally reference it as looking like a circular shape, even though the earth is definitely a sphere. Or is it? Or
Who's saying that?
This is what's his name? Nathan's. This is his.
What do you mean? What, he's saying it's a ball now?
I don't know. I'm trying to see.
I'm like confused here.
I am too. I mean, you know, his thing is Flat Earth Doctrine. That's the website.
Yeah. I don't understand. Like what he.
I think he's just.
I think he's reading. I think he's saying what people say. Oh, it's a circle, so therefore it's a sphere. When we know, that's two different things. It sounds like he's playing.
He breaks down a lot of words. Earth ring, disc of Earth. So we'll skip down the bottom and see. Always got his book. Yeah, The Doctrine of the Shape of the Earth, a comprehensive biblical perspective. Yeah, see there. Yeah, The Doctrine of the Shape of the Earth. It says, Do you trust God's word to be faithful and true? Have you ever considered what the authors of the Bible who were inspired by God wrote about regarding the shape of the earth? Does God's word even mention the topic? Are NASA's claims and the mainstream scientific community in complete alignment with God's word, or are there contradictions? Blah, 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 blah. All right. Well, anyway, yeah. So at least he's still a flat earther, but he's
next.
Yeah.
We're done with this guy.
I think that's it. That's everything I had saved so far. I wanted to bring more residue, but life is crazy, and I think I've showed enough. And I have plenty of residue on my channel, guys. So definitely check out all the different videos I have of residue of the favorites of ours. We're almost to 5 hours right now, dude. Wow.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry, Tommy. I'm gonna have to wind it down soon.
Yeah. So what else would you like to know?
Anything else you want to say on the effect before we move on to maybe a couple last questions?
I think we're all on the same page as on the effects here, and so we're good. I'm going to keep residue hunting because I enjoy it, and I'll keep bringing new stuff, and I keep trying to. I keep my eye out for total new, like we all do too. So if I find anything new, I will. I just hope that, every one of us will keep asking people every chance you get. Ask a stranger, ask your family, whatever. Ask a pastor about, the Bible changes. Don't be scared. Don't just do it. I mean, most of us have already been called crazy forever anyway. So who cares what they think? But just ask a couple of couple Mandela questions to people as much often as you can, and let's get people more interested in it, and seeing the signs, getting prepared, because it has been a nice way to get people to understand that we are at the end of the church age, and we it is time to prepare and adapt to the new that's coming, and it's coming. We're not going to stop what's coming from stopping. We might be able to, maybe lessen it or something, or make it better. But we're certainly not going to stop the future from coming. All right. Yeah.
I think before we go though, I mean, with the coronavirus being so big, and anything else you want to say on that before we go? Because we didn't really stay on it too long. We kind of moved on. Is there anything else you want to get into besides the masks?
Well, I mean, COVID's a lie. It is the seasonal flu. I got the flu in like February, I think it was, and even with my compromised immune system having multiple sclerosis, I definitely got through it okay, and I didn't even go to a doctor. I fought it at home, and so
I should, I should have died or something, right? I should have, whatever. But no, it's just the flu, man. They just like they've done many times before, the swine flu, bird flu, on and on and on. They all those were just tests before that they were, trying and hoping that we would fall for it then. And this is just the first time we've ever fell for it so badly. And people are complying to all this absurd stuff, these policies. And I really hope that our people and more people will definitely resist putting on the mask. And but at the same time, it hurts me that we're going to hurt small businesses. I know their hands are being twisted, so there's not much they can do. They can continue to operate until they lose their business license, like Mac and stuff. But eventually they are going to get the upper hand with this, guys. They are, but it'll only be for a moment. So don't think that we're going to be losers in the end. They will, But yeah, just don't buy into it ever, and keep standing up against COVID and the vaccines. Vaccines are voodoo. There's a book called Vaccines Are Voodoo or something along that lines, and it talks about all the ingredients in vaccines and that what they use in voodoo and how similar they are, how they're both rituals and spells and agendas that they put on you with bad intentions. And it's we just need to recognize that we are under attack, but we can address it and deal with it without fear. And even if they continue to get the upper hand and it seems like we're losing, we're not losing, and we won't lose. So and you just be ready and prepared, and just get your house in order, get your mind, your spirit in order, and that's about all you can do, and keep love the truth enough to share it, folks. That's like putting on the full armor right there. A good recipe. Be good, be your best, love the truth enough to share it, and no weapon will prosper against you, I dare to say. And there are some people that wanted me to talk about my wife poisoning me and stuff. So, but man, we never got back to it, guys. I'll have to make a separate video sometime that just because I've we've talked about it so much, and I don't want to end on that. But I promise that I will at some point make it just a video based on the evil that was done to me and my kids. And but I want people to know that I did forgive those women, as hard as it was, and I pray that they find that they change and find God and repent, and and never do evil again. But that's their choices, and I can't control that. But if you hurt children in any way, shape, or form, there's people like me that have you on a list, or will put you on a list of, and you don't want to be on that list, because the evil to innocence, to children and disabled and elderly is just sickening and disgusting and uncalled for. And it's just showing your pure evil self if you act out in those ways and abuse a child and somebody that can't help themselves or fight back. So yeah, man, that's pretty much what I've got for you. We're right at 5 hours right now, and I think I've said what I need to say. My only agenda, like I said, is to share my testimony and share my love for the truth and for God, the Creator, and His Son, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. And I just hope that people will get benefit from my testimony. And what all the hell I've been through, and I'm still here, on the right side and trying to do my best, so that's it. That's it. And I'm so happy everybody was here. I will go back through and look through the chat and stuff and try to address any other questions in a future live stream. And Brian, I appreciate you. And I appreciate the hell that you go through from your haters. And a lot of your haters hate me, and it's fine. I don't care, and I deal with that. And, and we'll continue to back your stance on stuff and your channel and support it. And thank you for having me.
All right, Tommy. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for staying here for 5 hours. We really appreciate it. Any link that you guys need. Tommy, I did put your channel link. Obviously, I put it in the show notes. I put it in the pinned comment. Do you want to drop your Facebook link or anything like that? Should I put that in the show notes?
Well, I
didn't even think of that.
You guys can find me. Yeah, you can drop it in there if you want. That's fine too. I don't add people unless I recognize them from the group or friends or family, obviously. But yeah, I would love to have more people. Sure, like-minded people. You guys in the group, definitely.
Yeah, so guys, if you do add them, just send a message with it and say, hey, it's so and so. That way, it's just not a random friend request.
If I won't be able to tell automatically, yeah. All right, thank you so much, man. All right, let's close it up.
All right, brother. Thank you, everybody.
Let me say this real quick. May God bless everybody and keep everybody, according to His will. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen. Thank you.
I will just say, do you have anything coming up? Because I'm going to tell people what I have coming up. You have anything planned?
Nothing planned. My people know how I roll, and I try to be live every day or every other day, whatever. And so I appreciate everybody that keeps coming back to my chats, and it's growing slowly but surely. And I just want quality over quantity, so I don't need thousands or whatever. If it comes to that and their quality, that's great, But what comes with quality? It comes with quantity. A lot of other people that you don't want, but yeah, man, let's just keep building up this great family, this great community we have, and let's just help each other stay strong and get through anything, everything that we're facing. All right.
Yeah. Hey, we faced a lot of shit this week, and I think we come out stronger for sure. So what's today? Saturday?
Yep.
Okay, so last night I did an interview, Mandela Effect interview, guys, on Beth Martin's channel. If you didn't see it, I will premiere it here on the main channel, probably in a couple hours with a live chat. And then Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, I'll be on with Airborne Seat. And then Friday night, I'll be on Rippin' Rabbit Hole for a Mandela Effect interview. So thank you, everybody. Peace out.
All right. Well, 5 hours later. Hold on. 5 hours later, we have gotten through my awakening interview with Brian Staveley. Wow. Thank you for the compliments and for tuning in. That was just back in June, and there's not a whole lot more to add at this point, other than that time is getting shorter, guys, and we need to be prepared more than ever. And that means getting your house in order, and getting prepared for the worst and hoping for the best. And you want to be on the right side. So if you're still on the fence, then you need to get off of that fence and get ready for the tribulation period that's coming. So let's do that. And wow. I appreciate all of you guys. Really, I really do. Thank you so much for tuning in. My last live show on YouTube will be Friday, unless something changes. It may be before that or even Saturday. But hopefully I'll be on here Friday for my last show. I'll have guests if anybody wants to join me, and you'll be able to say whatever you want to say to YouTube and Facebook and Google. I don't have anything nice to say to them really, because they've just given me so many years of trouble and harassment, and just for loving the truth. And I'm not going to be here next year going, I've been on YouTube for 12 years and they still suck. So I'm bowing out, but I'm going to be on somewhere else, DLive and other places. So I'm not getting out of the war. I'm not getting out of this battle that we are in. So I just do not want to support YouTube any longer. I'm not watching YouTube videos anymore. So if occasionally I might come and join a live channel, Patrick's, Patrick Roberts' New Timeline and Voynich, or anybody else that might want me to come on at some point and give you updates. But I'm going to get out in my community and talk to people more, talk to pastors, and try and show them the Bible changes and stuff. So I'm not going to be just sitting on my hands just because I'm leaving YouTube. I am going to get out there and get active and find other platforms that are more friendly to truthers. So, all right, guys, I am going to wrap this on up, and maybe you'll see me tonight on somebody's show or something. I don't know, or next, tomorrow or whatever. But otherwise, I'll see you Friday afternoon, and we will wrap this up. My ride on YouTube. All right. God bless you and keep you. Much love, and I'll see you soon. Thank you so much, guys. You don't know how much I appreciate all the fellowship, friendship, and wisdom and insight you guys have given me and others over these, last couple years or whatever. And it's just been wonderful to get to know everyone and be an open book for you guys, and to give my testimony so many times and try to help people that are, confused and trying to figure this thing out too. So be the best you can be. We are blessed, and yeah, Tommy here, Tommy out. Thanks, guys. See you soon. Much love.